Welcome, friends. Welcome, welcome. Sorry it's so late. Man. Running late today. That's okay. We're here now. You're listening to some sounds that I made a while back. I want to say 2012. Before I knew of Richard Grove. And this is actually called Grove Step. All right. Hey, friends. Yeah, that's some sounds I made back in the day. Grove Step. And of course, we had some video there at the beginning, mixing a little Sugar Cubed and some Jinx with some other tunes that I didn't make. Those sounded really good. Chill. Let me get myself situated. Hello, friends. It's good to be here. I hope you're happy to be here. I see some friends in the chat. Shout out to the B1, the Adam Infinitum, the Drizzle at Manufacturing Reality. Got Adam Alexander. I think, yeah. Yeah, B1, I'm all out of bubble gum. Dale, what's up, man? So, hope y'all are staying warm. It's like 8 degrees outside. I think it feels colder than that. The wind was blowing like shit last night during the show. I stepped outside and tried to blow the door open. And yeah, super chilly. It's supposed to be negative 10 below Fahrenheit on Wednesday night. But this isn't a weather show. Although I do want to start off with that in a minute. I do want to show off a little, not show off, show you a couple things. Let's see. That's not very, can I zoom in Notion? Where's Sid? Gosh. Okay. Anyway, this is the Sunday, Monday leftovers with your Grand Theft World producer. LD is so cold because he blew the doors down and raised the roof off the sucker. Take your word for it. I'm just warming up my hands. I was out there for a few minutes with slightly damp and cold gloves. And yeah, I started losing feeling in my hands after a few minutes. I was out there hacking some ice with a hatchet. Anyway, I have a P.O. box. I've got a P.O. box to, for whatever. This is the Lundi Fawn, the good stuff we're scraping out of the pan, cleaning up the kitchen after Grand Theft World's broadcast. And yes, if you feel the urge to send something my way, something not explosive, something chill, maybe even just a handwritten note, you can reach me now at P.O. Box 18866. 18866. 18866. Spokane, Washington. Yeah. There are some other links for value options in the descriptions on YouTube and Odyssey, and back up on the website here soon. Let's see. Oh, that's wrong. Let's try again. FreedomUnitedRevolt.com is back up online. Orders have been going out. Thanks to anybody that was waiting and sent an email my way and said, what's going on? I had, like an expired billing thing. Anyway, I got that straightened out and orders are going out. Hopefully get there before Christmas. FreedomUnitedRevolt.com, the website that is a mouthful. And hopefully there's an option coming soon for people to link through the Grand Theft World website. And yeah, we've got some nice t-shirts, great t-shirts. People love these t-shirts. Check it out and check out the links to previous shows here. And I'm going to have to repost a couple of these because backup was lost. So, got links under each post at the website. Check those out. If you haven't been to grandtheftworld.com, go check it out. Grand Theft World podcast on Sunday nights is a big pile of news that we go through with our esteemed navigators, Richard Grove and Tony Myers. Reasonable takes on unreasonable news. That's one thing we've been summing it up. We cover a lot of ground. Obviously, there's historical context. There's philosophy interspersed. Some in-depth discussions every Sunday night after 6 p.m. Pacific. That's 9 p.m. Eastern Time. GrandTheftWorld.com. Go check it out. The latest episodes are posted at the top. And we now have a link to the brain model where you can check out Richard Grove's history blueprint using the brain software he's been working on for many years now. If you're not familiar, you can check out an explanation. Well, sorry, here's an example going through History Connected, Technopoly by Neil Postman. It's probably on Richard's YouTube channel. So, grandtheftworld.com. Check it out. And what else? Enrollment for season 8 of Autonomy enrollment for season 9 of Autonomy, I believe, is about to open up if it hasn't already. Season 8 is wrapping up in time for the holiday season, and it's been a fantastic season. The caliber of students keeps growing. If you're not familiar with what it's all about, maybe you've heard about it, I definitely recommend going to getautonomy.info/ignite or following the links in the description to the video through my Liberty links. You can find a link to this landing page and the obstacle course. It's a 12-week course helping people with entrepreneur skills, sales skills. It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife for life. It's a distillation of Richard's sales and going out on his own business and operating in the world in an autonomous way. And there's so much, there really is just so much amazing stuff going on inside the autonomy community, and, in-person meetups at Pork Fest, usually every summer, Swiss Army knife for life, right? Be like a Swiss banker. That's that's some advice I've gotten lately. Hey, I forgot the bed music. Do you guys like bed music? Not that kind of bed music, but you know what I'm saying. Music in the background. Let's see. We're not streaming through producer Cody's machine tonight. I'm encouraged that the stream seems to be coming through kind of clear. So let me know how the volume is on the music in the background. I like to have something to listen to while I talk. Okay. So getautonomy.info/ignite. If you're trying to make a change in life, this might be the place to do it. Let's put it that way. So let's see what we want to get into tonight. Maybe a meme or two. I know that we covered the dog face soldier, dog face phony. Dog face phony soldier. Say that 3 times. Dog face pony soldiers or something like that. Was that what Biden was alluding to? Look at this. Somebody calling Michael Vick. They see that. Round those dogs up or something. Get them biting. I thought that was kind of funny. Where do we begin? I'm not going to play the video of that girl sunning her butthole. I don't know. Hopefully for you, you don't spend time on Twitter and you don't get distracted by things like that on a Saturday. And I don't know. I think there is something to getting sunlight on all the parts of your body, which is not something I've been doing a lot lately. Up where I am. I'm not saying it's going to sustain you. You might still have to eat some high nutrient food. Anyway, we don't have to go there. But yeah, I pulled a bunch of stuff off the show card from last night, and I want to go through it, present it to you for your consideration, for my consideration. We'll go through it together. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to go 5 hours tonight. Started kind of late, but let's see. I am curious. It's cold as shit, as I think I already said. Forgive the parlance, but here's a little video Rich came across and alluded to last night in our pre-production, but a little explanation of why this will be the coldest Christmas in decades from Ryan Hall, y'all. Let's check it out.
Millions of people are about to experience the coldest Christmas of their life, as a historic cold front is about to send a large chunk of the country into a record-breaking deep freeze. On top of that, we have a huge storm forming, and it's going to intercept that cold air just in time for a Christmas-time blizzard. Will you be getting snow? And how cold is it actually going to get? Well, to understand exactly how cold it's going to get here in the U.S., we have to understand where that cold air is coming from. You see, this Arctic blast that's about to sweep over the country is originating from from Siberia, which is one of the coldest places on the entire planet. Just a few days ago, it was 78 degrees below zero in the city of Yakutsk. That same Arctic air is about to force its way through Canada and into the lower 48 over the next week and a half. You see, under normal circumstances, this cold air would stay locked in place around Siberia. But a really interesting weather pattern is setting up that meteorologists like to call the Siberian Express. This train of Arctic air will be forced to leave the station as a blocking high pressure system from the North Pacific Ocean gets lofted up into Siberia. This high pressure is going to force the cold air out of Siberia, so where's the cold air going to go? The cold air is going to board the Siberian Express and follow the tracks laid down by the high pressure ridge. It'll follow a clockwise path up through the Arctic Circle, then down through Canada, and finally it'll chug down past the Rocky Mountains and flood into the central and eastern U.S. Right now, we're not exactly certain of how intense this cold air is going to be as it resonates over the U.S., but the GFS model has this big wall of cold air moving into the northwestern U.S. on Tuesday into Wednesday, and then spilling over the Rockies into the plains on Thursday into Friday. Look at all that daggone pink. Entire states in the northern plains, central, and midwest regions of the U.S. could be looking at 30 to 50 degrees below average temperatures during the peak cold time period. Then we see that cold air flow eastward as we head into Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And the European model is looking pretty darn similar, but it's much faster in the overall progression of the front. Just look at that literal wall of Arctic air coming in on Thursday. This would be accompanied by strong winds as well, maybe even up to 60 miles per hour at times. This could actually end up being one of this winter's most extreme air masses. The record cold may reach as far south as Texas, with some models showing low temperatures at or below zero across the panhandle on Friday morning. And that's nothing compared to the wind chills. Look at this, 50 below zero in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Nebraska. How about negative 25 degrees in Arkansas? And as the cold air moves east, we could see wind chills in the negative teens as far south as into Tennessee. And with this cold air mass driving south, providing a chilly breeze, on Christmas morning, we could be looking at 10 to 15 degree wind chills in northern Florida. Here's a map showing where I think the coldest air is going to set up from Christmas Eve into Christmas Day. Areas in the cold zone will be noticeably chilly, but the closer you get to the coldest region, we're talking about sub-zero temperatures and a major spike in heating demand that could lead to power outages. So if you're really looking to ditch the coats and get away from that Siberian air, the Southwest looks like the place to be. So we have this huge, historically cold wave of air settling in across the U.S. just before Christmas. Could you imagine if this had happened last week when that massive storm came through that caused the tornado outbreak in the South? I mean, that would just be crazy. And the models are showing an even bigger storm coming through just before Christmas. You see, our last system was massive and it produced a blizzard in the north and a full-on tornado outbreak in the south. Another storm is coming just before Christmas, and honestly, it looks very similar to that last one that just went by. The only difference this time is the cold air is much farther south. This means the blizzard will take place farther south and the thunderstorms will likely be displaced all the way out to sea. We aren't really sure exactly how far south the cold air is going to make it though. If it goes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico and interacts with the storm system in a way that keeps it hugging the East Coast, in the days leading up to Christmas, a huge snowstorm will likely impact these areas being highlighted in pink. However, if the cold air and jet stream pattern is a little bit more reserved, everything will be a tad bit farther north, meaning that this pink zone would actually be the hardest hit area in terms of snow. Right now, the European model shows the cold air and snow working over the Rockies on Tuesday into Wednesday, and that leads to a big field of snow that eventually develops on Thursday in the Midwest. And as the storm gets bigger, the cold front progresses the snow into the Ohio Valley. And this huge area of cold air does eventually reach the East Coast and even as far south as Florida, but the energy gets intensely wrapped around the low, favoring the northern side of the storm for the biggest snow totals. This leads to our blizzard and snowstorm being focused on the Great Lakes region, with, according to this one model, some places in Michigan and Wisconsin are going to get over a foot of snow. Now, the GFS is more southern and slower with the energy overall. This shows snow in Oklahoma on Thursday and a big snowstorm for a lot of people east of the Mississippi River through Christmas Eve. And according to this model, heavy snowpack could be on the ground from portions of Arkansas through Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and maybe even up into the interior northeast on Christmas morning. Some models are still showing a more eastward progression given snow to the coastal cities, but most favor a more north and west track right now. With all that being said, this pattern overall reminds me a lot of the blizzard of 1978. That storm battered the Ohio Valley and Great Lakes regions with what is now known known as one of the most severe blizzards in U.S. history. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be a repeat of that, but it does favor the Midwest and Ohio Valley over an East Coast snowstorm. It's very important to remember that we are still several days away from this actually happening, so there's a lot of moving parts and many things can and will change. But I promise you this, someone is going to get a massive Christmas time blizzard, and even more of you are going to see just a brutally cold Christmas overall. If you end up being in one of those groups, the smartest thing to do is to prepare now. You can do that by doing any last minute Christmas shopping before the Arctic air arrives. Go ahead and gas up the generator and just gas it up. Ready for the worst. And of course, we can't forget the most important thing. Get yourself a Yalameter 2.0 from shopryanhall.com. We all know that no matter where it hits, while this snowstorm is going on, Ryan Hall is going to be...
All right, go get your Yalameter, y'all. Well, obviously, if you read between the lines, this is an act of diagolon, and I pray to God Justin Trudeau is on the case. It fits the pattern, does it not? From Alaska to Florida, this is devastating. A devastating act of geoengineering terrorism against the North American people, conducted by the terrorist group known as Diagolon. And of course, they're blaming the Russians with that Siberian cold air. Okay, that's enough weather. Let's go on to sports. Damn, it's cold. I hope you all are staying warm out there and prepared as best as you can be. And the animals and whatnot and your generators, and you're probably better prepared than I am. Shit's gonna be cold. How's that bed music level? I like it. I like to keep it at 33. I don't know why. It just seems like a good level. It happens to be a good level, and that doesn't mean anything exactly. It's just what the Beacon software says. Excuse me. I miss my cough pedal. I used to have a Stream Deck pedal that I could mute my mic with my foot. It was badass, but it doesn't integrate with Beacon software yet. I should do some reviews on stuff. Hey, speaking of which, yeah, I want to play something from really awesome Autonomy community member and Grand Theft World community member Nick Hayes. He's doing some book reviews. But speaking of like reviews, this is gonna be silly, but it might help explain something from last night. Last night's show, I was getting messages from LD's Krusty Boot in the Rockfin chat. That's sort of the troll room of the Grand Theft World experience. If you haven't checked it out, you can listen on Rockfin. But yeah, I was on a big trip to the city on Saturday, braving treacherous terrain. The roads sucked in some places, and there was snow, but it was basically rain, and it was 20 something degrees, and I was fine. Although on the way home it was a bit sketchy. I didn't have tail lights. I had a brake light, one single brake light from like a tire mount in the Jeep, but no tail lights for 2-hour drive in the dark. Yeah. And then visibility wasn't. Anyway, I was in the big city. I went to the general store, which was really cool. It was an old Ace Hardware, but it's called the General Store. It's got a lot of really cool stuff. I went to look for some boot care stuff, and I looked down, and I got a boot blowout, and I was devastated, and I should have seen this coming, but I didn't really have much of a chance to go anywhere in the past few weeks, as the snow has been getting wet, and yeah, I've kind of abused these boots in the snow, but fear not. Oh, not you, but I like this. We showed this last night. I mean, I don't know. I've been pondering it. It's all fake from CIA insider. Anyway, the other night, after getting some oil and wax, I said, hey, why don't I just try to patch this up with Gorilla Glue? And it worked. So far, so I've revived these boots. I'm going to get some more life out of them. And speaking of these boots, and why I brought this up and about doing like review videos, I would like to do a video on these boots. These boots are made by Belleville. Belleville Mini Mill Minimalist Combat Boots. So I like shoes. I like footwear that is basically zero drop, meaning there's no elevation in the heel and there's very little cushioning. And I have some other shoes. So this is a thing I've worked on for a couple of years. I even, I took Benny Will's course, Parisia. I don't think it's Parisia. Anyway, I did a speech as a part of that course where I was talking about feet, and it was kind of funny to start off with, but it's talking about strengthening your feet. And you look at babies' feet, and they're like little hands, and then we stuff them in shoes, and they get like that, and then it really has an effect on your whole body from the bottom up. So if you get good, strong feet and you learn to feel the ground, and if you're ever into squatting and kind of lining your feet up and getting a little torque, twisting your knees out a bit to get some tension, there's a lot of work you can do to unfuck yourself, unfuck your knees and your hips from the ground up. And I believe that, with finding the right footwear where you can really feel the ground and keep that strength and spread your toes out, I think it's important. So yeah, we're talking about boots. I'm going to get another pair of these and, hang on to the ones I have as long as I can and take better care of these and get something. I'm trying to find something more similar that's waterproof, more suitable for being out in the ice and snow. But I think it's important. I want to make a video about them at some point, which I'll do. Anyway, I patched these boots up, and that's why somebody that lives in Vermont was trolling me lightheartedly with LD's crusty boot last night. He gave us $20. And that was fun. Anyway, I wanted to get to this video from the great and powerful Nick Hayes over at Hayes Reviews on YouTube. And he is talking about the double cross system, Sky War, and Wall Street and the rise of Hitler. And yeah, shout out to Nick. Awesome Grand Theft World community member and supporter and rhymer and songwriter. Dude's super talented, and it's really cool to see him growing, doing this stuff. So I support that, and looking for more people coming through the autonomy course that I can help with video and live streaming stuff. And yeah, anyway, here's Nick Hayes. Let's check this out. Oh yeah, this is his guitar music that he edited in.
Hello, and welcome to this edition, this episode, this instantiation, this particular episode version instance of Hayes previews. So previously I've made videos, Hayes reviews. These are long form, hour around an hour in-depth dive into the quotes and the stories and the things I found interesting in books that I've read. And I am currently working on my third book for the Hayes Review series, which is this one, IBM and the Holocaust. It's a beast, but I'm pretty much there. I'm 80% of the way through. There's not much left, really, at the end of this. Actually, most of that is footnotes and references. Got about 2 chapters left, I think. But while I work on the rest of that and finish it up and get ready to present that to you, I'm thinking ahead and planning what might the next episode be on. I want to give the option to anyone out there checking out these videos and participating in the crowd in what I'm doing here. So that's what this video is about. I'm going to walk you through the next 3 options, and whoever is fastest on the keyboard and types in an answer will get to choose the book review that I'm going to make after IBM and the Holocaust comes out. So yeah, stick around for the next 7 minutes or so. It's not a long video, and enjoy. Let me know what you want me to read and review for you next. Thanks. Well, let's try something a little different then instead. I'm going to show you a little bit about the 3 books that I have planned to read next. This one is The Double Cross System by J.C. Masterman, and it's got it's stickered up. It's got a barcode, a little stickied on. That's been glued on or something. It's been painted over it to keep it there. In the back, there's a due date table. No one's ever checked this book out, which I thought was pretty interesting. And we got a sticker on here for Duquesne University. But this is The Double Cross System in the War of 1939 to 1945 by J.C. Masterman. And there's a imprint there on the page of just another university that I can't read. Oh yeah, Duquesne, Pittsburgh. Be good if someone in Pittsburgh could teach me how to pronounce that word. So got pencils on the inside, mainly codes, I guess, for sorting it. Got an 1982 stamp here, but this book is older than that. This book is actually copyright 1972, which I was really happy when I got a hold of this. This is 1972 by Yale University. This is actually a first edition. So Sir John Masterman's account of the double cross system in British intelligence is an important historical document. Yes, it is, and I'm considering reviewing it and telling you fine people about it. What do you think? Or if J.C. Masterman's book doesn't appeal, then I've got this one recently, which is by Daniel Lerner, and it's called Psych War. I heard Richard and Tony talking about this book on Grand Theft World, grandtheftworld.com. If you don't know what that is, please get over there and have a look. And Tony complimented Richard on his first edition. He said it was hard to get. He said he compared it with a later print to see if things had been changed, and I believe it turned out things had been changed. So I got online, browsed a bit of secondhand bookstores, and I found a copy. And so I ordered it, and it came through pretty recently, and it was really well packed, wrapped in bubble wrap, and kudos to whoever packed it, because it arrived in good nick, very safe. So this is Psych War, Psychological Warfare Against Germany, D-Day to VE Day, by Daniel Lerner. There's a foreword by a brigadier general, and there's a supplementary essay by an MP. I guess that's Member of Parliament. But I don't know, those letters MP could sound something else. But check it out. This is copyright 1949. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is another first edition. And the pages are pretty frail, and they're very thin. And I feel kind of nervous turning them. So this is not one that I'll be scribbling loads of notes in and highlighting like a crazy person, which is what I've been doing in the other books that I've read and reviewed recently. But I was just flicking through this to sort of get a sense of the book earlier, and I found something pretty fascinating. So if you turn to page 67 in this, you get to this page, on which this table, what would you call it, a fold out? And when I first found this, I was like, what the hell? It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and folding out and folding out. So I got to lean back in my chair to get all that on camera. And you can see at the very top, this is just preparations for D-Day. So I don't know what to say about that. I've never opened a book that has one of these in before, this size. it's already been ripped in this corner down here. I get really paranoid when I'm folding it in and out. I shouldn't do it too often, but I definitely wanted to get it on camera to show how cool that is. That really, you know, when I get hold of a book and I find something like that in it, that's pretty exciting. And it also has in the very center some pictures, which is always good. Some key players, no doubt, and then a couple of pages with on the left German versions and on the right translated versions of, I guess it might be propaganda or instruments of psychological warfare, which is what I believe this book is about and why it's called Psych War. Now, this is a hefty book. It's going to take me a while to get through it if this is the one that I have to read, but I think we would learn a lot. And there's a bibliography and sources. That's a good sort of chunk at the back of the book there. And index written in tiny words. That is Learner, Psych War. That is option number 2. Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. This is option number 3. So off the back of IBM and the Holocaust, wouldn't it be good to know who bankrolled Adolf Hitler? So the subtitle for this book is The Astonishing True Story of the American Financiers Who Bankrolled the Nazis. This is by Anthony C. Sutton. I just found out recently that Anthony C. Sutton is referenced by other heavy hitters in the book writing world on topics of geopolitics. There's a good quote on the back here, which I'll just... Sutton comes to conclusions that are uncomfortable for many businessmen and economists. For this reason, his work tends to be either dismissed out of hand as extreme, or more often, simply ignored. Well, Mr. Sutton, we are not going to ignore you. I apologize in advance to any businessmen and economists who've ended up in the audience. Hope you don't take yourselves too seriously and stick around to find out what Anthony Sutton would like to teach us. It looks like there's a lot of designs in this book. Bar charts. We've got the data. We've got the documents and the data, folks. Flow diagram. Oh, nice. A reprint of a scan of some important document. IG Farben. This is a pretty new printing of this book. Pie charts. Get in. Pretty new printing of the book. The book first came out in the 70s. This is a 2016 reprint. Apparently it is unchanged and unedited. The publisher's note is that this book was first published in 1976. Sadly, the author was not able to update it in his lifetime. It's reproduced here in its original form. So, assuming we can trust the publisher, which has the publisher's logo looks, I don't know, kind of like a UFO or an eye. But hopefully we can trust them. So that's option number 3, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. All right, so I hope you enjoyed my me testing out my new book cam there. Hopefully it didn't make you feel nauseous or give you any kind of motion sickness or anything like that. I don't think the picture was so good on it, but let me know what you think. Was that a stupid thing to do? Was it cool? Could it become something better? But mainly I just want to say thanks a lot for sitting in. And I did have something else to say. Gosh darn it. Oh yeah, have a look in the comments box below for some links to high value content that is free that could really help you start moving towards leveling up your life. I won't say anything much more than that, and that's me signing off for now. Peace. That way. Click.
Check Nicholas out. SoundCloud.com/Nicholas-Hayes. And over there at Hayes Reviews on YouTube. thought that was pretty cool. It looked like it's a webcam on his head. That's innovative. I haven't thought of that. So I could try that. Webcam on the cap. Anyway, that was cool. That gives me an idea. And I do have a book that I just got in the mail the other day. It is written by, and I don't have a book cam, but I'll have to try with the other webcam I have, because I've got it right here. Look, let's see. Something like that. Let's see what happens. So I've got On Secret Air Service, written by Lawrence Latourette Driggs. Yeah, see this. It's troublesome. So let's see what I can do here. I haven't read this. I've actually been reading another book by my great-grandfather. I'm Mark IV, Lawrence Latourette Driggs IV. And, whoa. Oh, let's clean up the desk a little. So that's something to work on. But yeah, this is what my stuff looks like. On Secret Air Service, Lawrence Latourette Driggs. I found this. I've been looking at. I've been buying some copies, buying some copies for friends of Fighting the Flying Circus, ghostwritten by my great grandfather, and I found this, and I hadn't even heard of it. So I'll talk more about this and in the future. But this is a book from 1930. I think this is the first edition. Boston, Little Brown and Company. It's got some beautiful illustrations. And yeah, entitled On Secret Air Service. So my great grandfather was something of an aviation expert. Early on, he learned to fly at the age of 37 in 1913. And he was interested in communication with people about starting an Army Air Corps. And at the time, it was called, I guess, aviation. Going into World War I was part of the U.S. Army Signal Corps. All right. I'm going to have to practice this. It's kind of weird. But I want to read this real quick from chapter 1, and I'll talk a little bit more about him. There's poems at the beginning of each of the chapters. Got over Chamblay and cocked my gun. An Archie said woof, and I started to run. Archie's referring to anti-aircraft. It's a big shell going boom. Crossed the lines at 2:30, and the Fokkers turned back as they usually do. Traveled north again with my heart in my mouth. Met the same old Fokkers and couldn't get south. I took one look and my spirit broke. Here come a lot of bullets, all a trailin' blue smoke. I looked at the ground and caught my breath. I was right over Thiacourt, city of death. I kept on a-comin' as hard as I could fly, appeal in my eyes for a cloud in the sky. Dun-sur-Meuse loomed up in the way. I said, by golly, I'm done for today. But I got to my field and side slipped in. The boys all laughed and said, where you been? So I'm excited to get into this book because I started reading another book that I got a hold of, and I've been buying a few copies, and there's more on the way. Unfortunately, I just mailed up and sent a copy to somebody. I sent a copy to Richard for Christmas. Don't tell him. So, Fighting the Flying Circus. And I'll have another copy soon. I can show it off then. Hang on. It's the autobiography of Eddie Rickenbacker. I'm sure Rich has something better to do right now. So Eddie Rickenbacker was the first World War I flying ace. He was grew up kind of rough, and he was a race car driver and got interested, found his way into driving. Well, he went for a ride in a motor car, said, that's what I'm going to do with my life. And this is, early on with driving cars, and he was a mechanic, and then he got into racing, and then he got into, before that, he was he would go get shipped out to Arizona and help a bunch of wealthy ranchers fix and adapt their vehicles for rough terrain. Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I guess I hadn't seen that. He owned that. So this is a rough and tumble guy, lost his dad early on, went to work. He's not educated and polished, but he figures out what he wants to do, and he becomes one of the best at it. And he was over in London, working on some car deal over there. I think prior to the war, World War I breaking out, and he got interested in aviation because you can imagine a race car driver, especially in that era, then looking at people flying planes is like, I want to try that. So he got himself commissioned in the military and was driving for sort of the top brass, positioned himself to drive for the top brass that was in charge of putting together an aviation squad for the United States. Aviation squad, the precursor to the Air Force. And ended up getting himself in a position to go to flight school because he was going to do mechanical work. He proved himself amazing mechanic, and then got himself flying. And eventually this guy, he knows how to run organizations, and then he bridges the gap between pilots and mechanics, and is put in charge of a squadron, even though he's not polished and educated. And that was kind of a big deal back then. I suppose it might still be in the military. People have commissions and they're proper. But this man commanded respect because he knew what he was talking about, and he could manage a bunch of people. So my great grandfather, sorry if I mix any of this up, but he was a writer. He was a lawyer. Grew up the son of a lumber magnate out in Oregon. So well educated. He got interested in aviation as well. Learned to fly at the age of 37, as I said, in 1913, 10 years after the Wright brothers started flying. And apparently he was in contact, in correspondence with Teddy Roosevelt. Maybe knew him personally. I don't know. I'm hoping there's some papers that I can get a hold of, some of his correspondence at some point. But my dad didn't know a whole lot about him and didn't hear a lot from his father about him, unfortunately. So I'm trying to piece this stuff together. Anyhow, my great-grandfather was denied a commission that he'd been promised in an early Air Corps because of being a political opponent of Woodrow Wilson. So he went over to England and long story short, I'll try and do a better job of this in the future once I've reread this a couple times, but and have notes. But he ended up meeting Eddie Rickenbacker over in France, and Rickenbacker wanted to tell his story, but he needed somebody that could help him tell the story. And so my great grandfather made a deal with him as a ghostwriter, but he actually wrote the foreword to the book. And I'll share more about that in the future. It's kind of funny, when I got into reading the book again, which I hadn't read since I was 11 or 12, it didn't, I have a lot more context with which to read the book now. It's funny because it's totally not how a race car driver from Ohio would speak. It's kind of hilarious to me. So I might have some critiques of my great grandfather's writing. Anyhow, that's something that's very interesting to me right now. And finding this book I'd never heard of. And there's a few. Oh yeah. The other thing, because in the front of this book, this 1930, this was after Fighting the Flying Circus had been published. And I always forget my bed music. It's a thing. So in the front of the book, it says books by Lawrence Latourette Driggs. Of course, you can't see the damn thing there. The Adventures of Arnold Adair, American Ace, Arnold Adair with the English Aces, and Heroes of Aviation. And so the fascinating thing that I learned from the foreword of Fighting the Flying Circus is that after being denied this, I think after being denied this commission and sort of trying to figure out what to do, my great-grandfather, he wrote this fictional series with a character named Arnold Adair that was about a fighting flying ace. But this was before Eddie Rickenbacker had done what he done. And Fighting the Flying Circus is a reference to going up against the German flying corps. I don't know if the precursors of the Luftwaffe, I don't know what they called it again. But that was Baron von Ribbentrop, the Red Baron. I think that's right. And of course, that's the Snoopy character. It's kind of based off of that, the Red Baron, Snoopy. If you like peanuts. Manfred von Richthofen. Manfred Albrecht von Richthofen was the first German flying ace. Anyhow, that was sort of the opponent. And it's I found it fascinating that my great grandfather was writing this fictional series before these characters existed in reality, because he saw this being a thing. And I wonder, I think about it in the context of what we look at with Grand Theft World and narrative creation, and I've just been pondering this, and I'll continue to ponder it and maybe write about it someday, or at least talk about it. But this is like the origin of the fighter pilot mythos that culminates with Top Gun. And in the foreword to Fighting the Flying Circus, it talks about how, you know, this war, the First World War, was just brutal and devastating beyond comprehension of people thus far, as far as the brutality, the inhumanity, the horrors that people were experiencing. And this became almost a way to sell a mythos, to sell something sexy about a just horrible situation. And I don't have to go into that here. If you're familiar with Corbett's World War I documentaries, and plenty of the intrigue and the geopolitics, or the maneuvering machinations that we talk about with Grand Theft World. I'm not going to say my great grandfather was a propagandist. I think he was purely interested in aviation and was a patriot. But it's just fascinating to me that it seems he sort of carved a path, or had a role in hyping the glamour of flying fighter pilots. And my reading the foreword, and it talks about aviation was first just introduced in the war for, as I said, it was under the Signal Corps, so it was about intelligence, and it was just about monitoring movements and getting information. And so initially, opposing sides, the French and the Germans, and the Americans weren't involved till later. But there was, of course, the Lafayette escadrilles. So it was American pilots that flew for France. But all the innovation really happened in France and Germany early on. Excuse me. So I lost my train of thought. Gee whiz. I had a point there. Yeah, that war was ferocious. So what I was going to say was these intelligence gatherers, they were up flying, and they would leave each other alone. There wasn't any combat flying. They'd leave each other be. Well, as the value of that intelligence increased, as the war dragged on, and people are they're looking for an edge, they start taking up things to throw, grenades. I guess, I don't know if it rocks, but they were throwing things at each other. They took up pistols. Then somebody's like, let's take up a machine gun, and they're just trying to shoot these planes out of the air. Then somebody, a Frenchman, put a machine gun on the front of the plane behind the propeller and put plates on it so that the props would deflect the bullets and some would get through. And then he was shot down, or he landed. He had to make a landing, and the Germans captured that plane. And then a German engineer figured out how to make a mechanism that would time a timing mechanism so the bullets would pass through, or they could only fire, when there was a gap between the propellers. It's fascinating to me. I'm going to read more about it. I'll talk more about it if it's interesting to you, but it's important to me because it's been a long time since I read his book, and I just never fully appreciated what he was all about. And unfortunately, my dad didn't get to hear a whole lot about it. His father was an All-American. My grandfather was an All-American soccer player and started having strokes at the age of 23. And that sort of greatly changed his path in life and affected the relationship with my father. And but my dad did say that his father described my great grandfather as that he had ruined all his friends for him because he was the most interesting man in the world. And that's something I'm checking out on my own, trying to get a bunch of copies of that book and share it with certain people. I won't mention who again. And I'm 37 years old and taking an interest in flying, which I always had when I was young, but got discouraged, sidetracked. And anyhow, that's enough of that. I hope that was interesting. Let me know if I should never talk about that again. I'm just kidding, because I will. All right. So back to doing my job of cleaning out the fridge. We've got some more stuff from the Grand Theft World playlist, the Grand Theft World show card, which is accessible. Much of what I'm presenting to you is accessible right now over at grandtheftworld.com. You can click on the link to the previous show and find the show notes here. You can see, oh, I didn't bold that. Anyway, this stuff is marked, the stuff that we played. And as you can see, there's a lot. There's a lot. And I don't know how late I can go tonight. And oh, by the way, I apologize. I didn't give myself enough time yesterday. I was on a time crunch and I screwed up, and a piece of the previous week's thumbnail made it out in the thumbnail that then was like embedded in the video. And I'm so sorry. And that's why Rich was like, yeah, what happened to the dog face soldier? As you can see, this is what it was supposed to be. So I fixed it and put it up on the platforms. Anyway, mistakes happen, it seems, a lot lately, but try to fix them as I can. All right, Megavente, I'll talk more about that stuff at another time. But right now, we've got an exclusive interview with Sam Bankman-Fried. It's not free anymore. So let's check this out.
Sam Bankman-Fried, you've recently been arrested, so thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule of sitting in jail to talk with me here.
Yep.
Now, Sam, FTX went from being a booming business worth $32 billion to then being caught committing fraud, collapsing, and now being worth zero. Could you explain exactly what happened?
What happened.
Well, that clarifies pretty much everything. Case closed. There are a few finer details about the operations we'll circle back to in a minute. But first, while running FTX, you and your executive team apparently had these big orgies in your penthouse with what, like 10 people?
Probably 20.
20? That is wild! With all those employees in the mix, what's the most important thing to think about when you're doing everybody?
Positions.
Yeah, I guess that would be pretty vital. Just these giant nerd orgies. Now, let me ask you this. I've seen pictures of your former CEO and girlfriend, Caroline. Ugh. Could you actually get boners over these kind of gals?
Yep.
Wow. Well, I guess you, my friend, are a better man than I. I don't think I could ever get a boner over her. No offense. Oh, and bro, if she was half as good in bed as she was at being a CEO, then I bet you've got some stories to tell.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to hear them right now because I don't want to throw up. But before we move on, I have to ask, with y'all banging each other dorky style all the time, wasn't that a little bit risky for spreading diseases?
I need more than a little bit.
What do you mean? Sam, did you get syphilis?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Sam, I am so sorry. I hear that is a very gnarly disease and pretty disgusting with what it does to your genitals, and flesh literally falls off your face.
What?
Yeah, apparently it peels right off your face.
That was a huge mistake of mine.
Oh, you'll most certainly live to regret it. But let's not live in the past, Sam. You've got a bright future ahead of you because you are quite the businessman.
FTX, that was a real business.
What? What makes you say that?
People lost a lot of money.
But I think real businesses help people make more money, not lose it. But I don't know. I'm not an elite such as yourself, so I probably just don't understand. So, aside from helping people lose money, what else made FTX a real business?
The whole thing, as I understand it, I think, was just one big Ponzi scheme.
I'll be honest with you, Sam. I like how your mind works. I'd love to get you into my downline in my essential oil business, but we'll talk about that business opportunity when we're done here. Is that cool with you?
Yep.
Great. Now, you've been taking a little bit of heat recently, and you're facing up to 115 years in prison for alleged crimes committed.
At the end of the day, look, there's a question of what happened and why, and who did what.
Well, to those questions, it says here that what happened was fraud, and the why is greed and corruption, and who did it is you. You effectively stole people's money.
I did not know that there's any improper use of customer funds.
And OJ probably didn't know his wife's neck was in front of his knife. Things like that just happen. I mean, I know that, and you know that, Sam. So I know you didn't mean to do it, but you did. Take your time. I know this is hard, Sam. I'm here with you.
There are a lot of things that are worrying me right now.
Like what? Are you talking to yourself?
Yeah.
Would you mind stopping that? It's kind of creeping me out. Dude, knock it off. That's so creepy. Do you even have a soul?
You know, to my knowledge, I have basically nothing left.
Well, that does make sense with all the money you've donated to the Democrats. Something about that must really just suck the soul right out of your body for people like you and George Soros. Top 2 mega donors. Congratulations, by the way. Fine company at the top of that list. But Sam Skeet, being frank, FTX was using customer deposits to pay off creditors for Alameda. Did you know about this?
I don't know of FTX deposits being used to pay off Alameda creditors.
Did it again. So you're saying you didn't know FTX was using customer deposits to pay off creditors for Alameda?
Which creditors are you referring to?
The fucking Alameda ones. Aren't you even paying attention?
What?
Attention! Are you paying any of it? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you as a person, there is something seriously wrong with you. You are an irritating fucking human being.
I mean, I don't think that's who I am at all, but I understand why they're saying that.
No, I'm saying it, you fucking moron, not them. I mean, you saying it that way is just another example of what makes you so abrasive as a person. Oh no. Sam, did I hurt your feelings?
That's right.
Oh, Sam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's not you, it's me. It's just been a real hard month for me. I lost all my money in a crypto scandal, and it's just had me really stressed out. I'm so sorry. I mean, you're great. You really are great. In fact, you're better than great. You're an effective altruist. You really are. Sam, could you ever forgive me?
Yep.
Great. So just for clarity on the whole fraud thing with FTX using customer funds to pay off debts for Alameda, could you clarify how you're innocent?
You know, best I can tell, Alameda did have a big position open on FTX. That position, I think, was, very over collateralized a year ago. There was a total market collapse and, specifically a large correlated collapse in its assets, over the last month and to some extent over the last year that threatened that position quite a bit. And I think that's, as best I understand, a lot of what happened there.
Well, I'm sure an answer like that will hold up in court.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't, that's 115 years in prison for you. That's like the rest of your life, isn't it? But I'm sure with the same people investigating you being the same people you've paid tens of millions of dollars to, it will hold up in court. Sam, a lot of people have found it interesting that you've said recently that you want to start another business. And quite honestly, that concerns people with fear that fraud could simply happen again, given your track record. But to put those concerns to rest, can you share with this new business that you're envisioning how it would be different from FTX and how exactly you would run it in a legitimate way?
When you look at the classic Bernie Madoff story.
Okay, before you go any further, let me stop you right there, Sam. Would you look at that? We are out of time. Sam, this has been great, and I think you have undoubtedly won back a lot of favor in the eyes of the public with this interview, so thank you for taking the time. You're doing it again. Oh, by the way, just between you and I, with this next business of yours, are you by chance looking for investors? Real quick, if you are a freedom lover, I would love to invite you.
Alrighty. Sam Bankman-Fried. Poor guy. Seems like he just got used and abused. Perhaps. Maybe. Caroline, what's her face? Gensler? No. She seems sketchy. She seems perhaps like she was handling him. Maybe. But JP Sears doing good stuff there. Appreciate that guy. And yeah, people doing comedy, calling out the fuckers that are fucking around with us. So many ops going on. Speaking of ops, let's check in with Jimmy Dore. Talking about Twitter and Jack Dorsey lying to Congress about Twitter censorship. Let's just get to it. I've got a lot of clips I want to play in a short time to get there. Yeah, something about trucking. Let's check in with the comedian in his garage.
Kim.com says this: Jack Dorsey lied under oath about Twitter censoring and shadow banning users. Twitter General Counsel Vijay was with him and knew his testimony was false. I would like to talk with Jack on Twitter Spaces. Would you like to hear his explanation? Ask him. So here, let's play it. Here we go. This is, according to Kim.com, this is Jack Dorsey from Twitter, formerly lying to Congress about banning.
Social media is being rigged to censor conservatives. Is that true of Twitter?
No.
He says no.
I don't know what Twitter is up to. It sure looks like to me that they're censoring people and they ought to stop it. Are you censoring people?
No.
Twitter.
Okay, well, that's a lie. We know that they're censoring people for sure.
Is that Vijay in the background right over his shoulder?
Yes.
Is his leash showing?
Shadow banning prominent Republicans. Bad. Is that true?
No.
So these were.
That's another lie. Those are 3 lies in a row, right?
You forgot to ask him, do you call it a different thing and then pretend it's not that? Maybe. And then he looks to Vijay nervously.
All right, here's more.
Statements made by Kevin McCarthy, the House Majority Leader, on Twitter, Devin Nunes on Fox News, and President Trump on Twitter. And I want to place those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
I think it's important for people to understand, the premise of this whole hearing and the reason that Twitter somehow, with all the other social media platforms out there, got the singular honor to sit in front of this committee is because there's some implication that your site is trying to censor conservative voices on your platform. Now, when you tried to explain the shadow banning as
Okay, so that's enough, I think. So Barry Weiss, so he said that didn't shadow ban conservatives, didn't censor people, didn't censor conservatives.
They were like, no, we censor a lot of people, including conservatives.
So take, for example, Stanford's Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who argued that COVID lockdowns would harm children. Twitter secretly placed him on a trends blacklist, which prevented his tweets from trending. Okay, so there's one example. Here's another one. Here's Don Bongino. I probably disagree with Don Bongino on most things, but I don't think he should be censored or shadow banned or anything. I don't think they should squelch his voice. I'd like to engage it.
I don't feel like Dan Bongino has any overpowering arguments that can't be refuted.
Right?
We got to shut him down. He's too good. So search blacklist. They put him on a black. So here's Charlie Kirk. Search blacklist.
Twitter set the account of conservative activist Charlie Kirk to do not amplify. There it is. Do not amplify.
Well, that's not a shadow ban. That's just a do not amplify and a rolling blacklist.
Twitter denied that it does such things. In 2018, Twitter Vijay, then head of legal policy and trust, and Kavron Bekpour, head of product, said, "We do not shadow ban." They added, "And we certainly don't shadow ban based on political viewpoints or ideology." It's all they do.
She said this same crap on Rogan, and she's like, "We just do harm reduction."
Harm reduction.
So it's just wormy language to do the thing they want to do.
So
they still went overboard, even with the wormy language.
What many people call shadow banning, Twitter executives call visibility filtering. So maybe they didn't ask them the right way. Think about visibility filtering as being a way for us to suppress what people see at different levels. It's a very powerful tool. A Twitter employee told them. So Jack was lying.
It's like enhanced interrogation isn't torture.
That's right. Enhanced interrogation. That's right. So anyway, so they were doing it. So there it is. We control visibility quite a lot. That group decided whether. So there it is. So there it is. Here's another one. Here's Libs of TikTok. One of the accounts that rose to this level of scrutiny was Libs of TikTok, an account that was on the trends blacklist and was designated as do not take action on user without consulting SIP piss.
That's the ultimate level.
That's the ultimate level.
Okay.
That's the executive level of censors.
Yeah.
The SIP piss.
That's that's behind.
And now people were tweeting this out. Did you see that? They were saying, see, Twitter wasn't doing anything bad to Lib. They gave him special. They weren't going to. No,
really?
That's what they're saying on Twitter. Yes.
Who are they saying that to? That was going
to each other. They're just saying it to each other.
It says trends blacklist on their goddamn thing right there. Okay.
The account, which Chaya Raichik began in November 2020 and now boasts 1.4 million followers, was subjected to 6 suspensions. And we already showed you that they knew that they didn't have it didn't violate their own rules, and they knew it. Twitter repeatedly informed Raichik that she had been suspended for violating Twitter's policy against hateful conduct, but in an internal SIP-PIS memo from October 2022, after her 7th suspension, the committee acknowledged that Libs of TikTok didn't directly engage in behavior violative of the hateful conduct policy. So they were just doing that because of ideology. So they're just lying. So Jack lied, JJ lied. They all lied about their censoring.
I want to hear them all, but a private company can do what they want. That's what I want to hear them say. Because they're not breaking the law, right? They can be as big of pricks as they want with their monopoly. It's just now Elon has it and they don't.
But I don't think you're allowed to lie to Congress. I mean, you're okay. It's okay to lie to Congress if you're in the establishment and you're lying for the establishment. Like when James Clapper lied to Congress about surveilling people's private emails and stuff, he lied about that. Nothing ever happened to him. Dr. Fauci lied twice about funding gain of function to Congress, and nothing will ever happen to him because he's lying at the behest of the establishment and big pharma. Okay, so there you go. They're liars, and we caught them. Hey, we're doing live stand-up comedy in
Long Beach? I bet it was Long Beach. I don't know. Live stand-up comedy. Yeah. Intelligence ops. what's going on. I don't know if y'all saw last night, Elon was, I didn't bring it up during the show. I mean, I didn't speak a whole lot, did I? I was kind of run down last night and just getting by. Truth be told. But last night, Elon Musk was putting out a poll. Oh, I think he deleted it. No. It's still there. So this poll, should I step down as head of Twitter? And he only gave people 6 hours or something. I don't know. But 17.5 million votes. He said he'd abide by the results of this poll. 57.5% yes against 42.5% no. Yes, you can see I voted no. And so what's going on there? I know Rich shared a video of the quartering who stopped what he was doing, got out of bed, and made a video begging all kinds of content creators to vote no and spread the word. He was taking it very seriously and saying, don't talk about free speech after this if you didn't throw your hat in the ring, as he put it. The drizzle voted yes. Yeah, not that I thought that meant anything. Personally, I guess I find it interesting with Elon Musk doing this. I find it interesting. I don't find it, I guess I'm not taking it too seriously, everything that's going on, because let me find, over here, let's look at the W. Yandel Elliott account, from which I tweet out notifications for show links. And I put this, now I put my own Twitter handle in there, and I didn't have any bans. I didn't think I did. I've been growing in followers over the past few months, and I do notice that a large percentage of those followers are bots. In the words of John C. Dvorak. Is that John C. Dvorak? John C. Dvorak of the No Agenda. JC. Not JC. Yeah, JCD. Heavy top bots. So it's just a good looking woman sometimes. It's a woman that's meant to be provocative, and there's a profile with like 4 pictures. They're all the same, and they all say they're young, and I get followed by a lot of those, and I try to block as many of those as I can. And anyhow, no, I put the this handle in, W. Yandel Elliott, and this is what it said: does not exist. It doesn't have any tweets. Well, that's interesting. And might help to explain why, it's got 157 followers. Now the Grand Theft World at Theft World Twitter account is still banned for retweeting a tweet from Richard Grove in August of this year. That was pointing out some documents, drawing attention to some documents, including the Moderna SEC filing that had some language about genetic modification. I remember posting about this now a month or two back, and some people saying, well, this is misleading. And I don't think they read the documents. They didn't read the documents. Anyhow, yeah, 157 people have found this other account out of 3,000 plus followers from that previous @TheftWorld account. So, do I think Elon Musk is saving the day? No. I mean, that would be clear if you watch the Grand Theft World podcast. He's an entertaining one of these supervillains, if you like. But, and it's hard to find anybody talking about this. I've heard the aforementioned John C. Dvorak and Adam Curry, mostly Adam Curry, talking about what is Elon really up to. And apparently he's been working on making Twitter a payment processor, a place where you can store value. Certainly there are people who are encouraging him to integrate crypto. But that's something not many people are talking about, and it seems hard to find anything on that aside from people just cheering him on. Anyway, that's enough about that, but there's a lot of noise, isn't there? There's a lot of noise, and honestly, I don't have a lot of time during the week. I have a hard time keeping up with what is going on, what people are talking about that maybe should be talked about more than what's actually catching a lot of attention. And, I'll gratefully take your feedback from the audience within the Grand Theft World sphere about this stuff. But it's a crazy, what a time to be alive. Gosh darn it. I'm just going to keep the bed music on, even if it clashes with other people's music. I really like to have it on. I'm trying to discipline myself. Come on. Somebody get on that. Give me shit when I forget. I'm just kidding. Okay. Continuing on with the leftovers from the Grand Theft World show card. Let's check this out. It's 11:11. 11 minutes, 11 seconds of Russell Brand talking with Tim Robbins about the COVID redemption. Let's see what this is all about.
Stay free with me, Russell Brand. Why did you feel it necessary to speak out against some of the measures that took place socially during the period of the pandemic? What was important and significant about it for you?
Well, first let me say that I didn't at first. I bought into it. I was someone that, I went through a pretty unique experience in Los Angeles and was locked down there. I have a nonprofit theater company that had to shutter, and we started doing our work online. And I was masking everywhere. I was keeping my social distance. I was adhering to the requests made of me. And I felt, angry at people that didn't do that. I felt angry at there was a protest in Orange County, I remember, of people that didn't want to put masks on. Mm. Got very angry about that. And as time progressed, I eventually got out of Los Angeles. I drove cross country and saw areas of the country that were not adhering to the policies. And eventually wound up isolating myself in New York State for a good 7 months. And it wasn't until I came to the UK in January of 2021 that I started to have questions. And I was here on a job, and I noticed that people, this was in the midst of the worst part of the lockdown here, and I noticed a lot of people were not adhering, again, to these requests made by their government. And I thought, well, they're going to have a hard day coming up. that there'll be some serious death here. And, I kept my mask on, and I kept adhering to the policies. But it wasn't until much later that I started to have questions. And when I saw that there wasn't a huge death rate here after I'd witnessed personally what was happening, I started to wonder more and more about what we were being told and whether it was true or not. And so it took a while for me to speak about it. I was staying in Soho, and I was there one Saturday morning, and I heard a lot of noise outside. And it was a protest, an anti-lockdown protest. And I went out. I had a bicycle, and I went out, and I joined the protest, not because I was joining the protest, because I was curious about what was going on. And I started talking to people. And I saw the way that they were being described in the press, and it wasn't true. These were not, National Front Nazis. These were liberals and lefties and people that believed in personal freedom. And I began to educate myself, and I began to open my mind to what was going on. It was a very different political environment in the United States, very divisive, very much based on politics. If you were, it changed. At first, if you were a Democrat, when Trump was president, you weren't going to take that vaccine because it was Trump's vaccine. And then that seemed to somehow change. It was kind of Orwellian. It was like we are no longer at war with East Asia. It was now we were thinking about it a different way. And if you didn't take the vaccine, you were a Republican. And it wasn't that way here in England. There was a much more tolerant attitude towards the diversity of opinion. And so I was really grateful to have been in this experience so that I could get a different perspective.
Perhaps part of your perspective was born of a kind of Swiftian travel, and you would be a good Gulliver because you are a giant in numerous contexts. But because I would say that kind of authoritarianism and the certainty that necessarily accompanies it was present in the media and the state dictates in this country also. What I find interesting, and again, laudable in what you've done, is that you've undertaken your own journey from what was a de facto position of, like, we were told it was a unique health emergency and that the measures undertaken were necessary in order to protect human life. What more noble goal could there be? But as this has unfolded, the position has to be amended. It's become clear that many of the original measures were not as rigidly undergirded as was first claimed. And in fact, as you have explained, there is a lot more political ideology at play than is perhaps wise, prudent, or even honest when the claim that's being made is that we are following science. That's irrefutable, evidence-based measures. So, Tim, what is, if something like a pandemic becomes politicized to this degree, if conversation becomes shut down, if condemnation of unvaccinated people becomes as sanctioned, like, on CNN when Don Lemon was saying that, these people are idiots and we should shame them, when certain people were saying that they should be denied health care, when Joe Rogan was condemned for sort of having a conversation, it indicates that the climate that we're living in has radically altered. And one of the things that I like to continually reiterate is that nobody here is saying that the vaccines don't have a positive impact or that we oughtn't do everything in our power to protect human life. It's simply that if you have authoritarianism where conversation is shut down, you are losing one of the great treasures, perhaps the primary treasure of democracy. Do you feel, Tim, that the pandemic revealed something about the nature of establishment power, the aesthetics of establishment power, and perhaps the way that liberalism itself is changing?
Well, I think it started to reveal itself when we became aware of the idea that the vaccinated could spread it and catch it like the unvaccinated. So to continue the policy of lockdowns or mandates after that didn't seem to be following the science. It seemed to be following a political agenda. And so that's where I really started to have problems with it. There were a few instances that were really disturbing to me. One was when I believe it was the CDC or the FDA changed the definition of a vaccine on their website. Another was that when they denied that natural immunity was something. So there was an awful lot of people that got COVID early on. I believe I did in February of 2020. I was in Seattle on tour with Play, with the Actors Gang, and I got very sick. And in the past, natural immunity is one of the building blocks to moving forward. Some people get vaccinated, some people have natural immunity, and eventually we have, what do they call that?
Herd immunity.
Herd immunity. So the fact that there were these change of definitions was something that my alarm bells went off. And so I wondered what is going on, what is beyond the very real idea of taking care of people and making sure that we don't have a terrible death rate. But then we also became aware that the most people at risk were either immunocompromised or elderly. And then when you consider that the WHO, the World Health Organization, changed its protocol on virus outbreaks, which in the past had been you lock down the vulnerable, you take care of them, you make sure they're taken care of, but you let society go on so that it can build its herd immunity. This was changed as well. We went into lockdown with healthy people and with children, and that didn't seem to be wise to me. So I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't know the intricacies of data on this. All I can respond to is as someone that is concerned about what the result of those doctrines, that policy had on us as human beings. And it's not good. We turned into tribal, angry, vengeful people. And I don't think that's something that is sustainable for the earth, that we start demonizing people that don't agree with our particular health policies and turn them into monsters, turn them into pariahs, say that they don't deserve a hospital bed. I think about, people that have made bad mistakes in their lives where they take too many drugs and they overdose, and that's totally their choice. That's totally their responsibility. Yet we take care of them. Yet we bring them to the hospital. Yet we save their lives because we're compassionate, because we want to make sure that people live. And this turned. It turned into you should fucking die because you have not complied. That's incredibly dangerous.
Watch entire episodes on demand for free at Rumble.
Ooh. Well, that was an interesting discussion. I don't know about all this talk of democracy, but good to hear some thoughtful introspection, retrospection coming from Tim Robbins. And that's encouraging. Hopefully people that that listen to him, listen to Russell Brand, obviously Russell Brand, but hopefully that will get more people thinking about the authoritarian actions and thinking about diversity of thought and encouraging that and not letting the extremes drive us into situations where diversity of thought and sharing of opinions and discussion of ideas is squashed. Right? It should go without saying, but I guess we have to say it. No, I mean Grand Theft World, Rich and Tony primarily, and the folks involved in looking into information that the mainstream media won't touch or is purposefully misleading us with. So, moving ahead, speaking of misleading the public, yeah, there's another clip from Fox News. Major questions emerge from the released JFK files. I think this is Jesse Waters. Let's have a look and a listen.
The 60s were a wild time. Rioters were burning down cities. The U.S. and the Soviets were at each other's throats in a space race, which we won. And President Kennedy was assassinated. Kennedy's assassination had the country in mourning. Some of the best journalists in the business broke down delivering the news.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago. Vice President Lyndon Johnson has left the hospital in Dallas, but we do not know to where he has proceeded. Presumably, he will be taking the oath of office shortly and become the 36th president.
The man responsible? Lee Harvey Oswald, who shot Kennedy from the 6th floor of a Dallas building, a book depository. But before Oswald was able to spill his guts, Jack Ruby got to him.
Oswald walks his last mile. His assailant moves in from the right.
There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot.
Now, from another camera, the motion is slowed. The murderer moves in, and here is the shame of all America as Jack Rubenstein takes the law unto himself.
But millions of Americans felt like there was more to the story. Theories were running wild. Were the Russians involved? The CIA? LBJ? The government has been trying to keep a lid on sensitive documents for almost 60 years. But today, the National Archives finally released 13,000 classified documents on the assassination. The big bombshell buried in all of this is that the Soviets took credit for Oswald. The KGB said Oswald was a Soviet agent. They used his Russian wife to honey trap him. Oswald was actually living in the Soviet Union in the 50s, where the KGB claims he was being trained. Is this Russian propaganda? Or did the Soviets really orchestrate the assassination of our president? Whether it's true or not, the CIA doesn't look great in this document dump. In these documents, the CIA said they had eyes and ears all over the Russian embassy in Mexico City, but when Oswald visited the Soviet embassy there to meet with an assassination specialist, CIA didn't pounce, even though they had a running file on Oswald since the late 1950s. Plus, these documents allege Oswald was getting visas directly from Soviet embassies. So we're being left with more questions than answers from this document dump, and the archivists are still blocking 4,000 documents. We didn't really get answers to if Oswald was the lone shooter, the theory that experts all allege was a lie, And it even made its way to the big screen. Watch.
Frame 161, Kennedy stops waving as he hears him. Connolly's head turns slightly to the right. Frame 193, the second shot hits Kennedy in the throat from the front. Frame 225, the president emerging from behind the road sign. You can see that he's obviously been hit, raising his arms to his throat. The third shot, frame 232, hits Kennedy in the back, pulling him downward. Frame 238, the fourth shot, it misses Kennedy and takes Connolly in the back. This is the shot that proves there were two rifles.
Jim DiEugenio is the author of JFK Revisited and the screenwriter for Oliver Stone. So, Jim, have you looked at these documents, and what are you feeling today?
Well, I had an opportunity to look at some of them, and let me give you an example of what I mean. This is supposed to be a 4-page document. Look at page 2. There's nothing on it. All right? Then look at page 3. There's like one sentence on it. There's another document, and this is a very serious problem that people have. Look at this page. You can barely read it. It's illegible. You know, and I think what people get angry about who are really serious about this subject are that the National Archives has had a very, very long time to go ahead and get this ready. I mean, I'm not talking months. I'm not talking years. I'm talking decades, you know, which they knew that this day was going to come. And yet, you know, and we still get these documents that are so unsatisfactory. All right. Now, let me, if you don't mind, if I can say, one of the documents that I thought was so interesting is that the Warren Commission is very puzzled about how Oswald got into the Soviet Union so fast from the city of Helsinki. And they're writing letters to Richard Helms, who was the deputy director of the CIA at the time, asking him about this problem, because there's always been this suspicion that was Oswald a false defector, okay? But they want to know how the heck did Oswald get into the Soviet Union in like 4 days when he was in the capital of Helsinki in Finland? They just can't figure it out. And the reason they can't figure it out is they've queried these other capital cities and their Soviet embassies, and no one could get a visa that fast. So this leads to the question, did Oswald know where to go in order to get into the Soviet Union that quickly? And there's another related problem with this. The Warren Commission says that Oswald had about $700 on him when he went to Europe. When Oswald was there in the city of Helsinki, he stayed at 2, and I'm being conservative, 4-star hotels. The first hotel he stayed at, the Hotel Torney, that was more like a 5-star hotel. That's the kind of place that Nelson Rockefeller and President Hoover, okay, they stayed at.
It doesn't add up. And what does your gut tell you? I know you can't prove everything. What is your gut screaming at you right now?
I want to see the rest of the documents. Let me give you a hint, Jesse, at what should be there, but that's not there. Back during the days of the House Select Committee, a couple of researchers wrote a paper called Was Oswald an Agent of the CIA? They declassified 600 pages today from the House Select Committee. And I don't see that one in there. What happened to it? Why is it gone? You know, why can't we see that? You know, yeah. And I'm sure Jefferson Morley has some questions also.
Absolutely. Well, again, this is the government spitting on our face, disrespecting us, and we're not surprised because they do this every damn time we ask questions. All right, listen, Jim, thank you so much for pushing this issue. Everybody is very suspicious, and we want justice, even after all of these decades. Hopefully we'll get it eventually. And if they can work out the photocopying system, we would be very grateful. Thank you so much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
Oliver Stone.
I'm checking. What's his name again?
This is the shot that proves
I want to know what his name again. What his name was.
Jim DiEugenio is the author of JFK Revisited.
DiEugenio. Jim DiEugenio. Okay. Jim DiEugenio. Well, That's just covering an aspect of the JFK situation. Gosh. Which episode do I refer you to? I'm going to have to do it live. Look it up. Let's go to tragedyandhope.com and check out the podcast tab. Ooh, look at that graphic. The Peace Revolution podcast. Tragedyandhope.com. Going back many years now. It's not the episode. How do I get to the other episodes? See, this is like this is something I'd like to be able to change. Anybody know what that Peace Revolution podcast episode is that is about the JFK assassination? We'll do it live. Yeah, I'm not complaining, but that's frustrating. Navigation on the site. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. 88. It's in the latter. Yes. Episode 80.
Welcome.
Peace Revolution.
The Peace Revolution now continues.
I love this intro. Breaker, that is the sound of the Peace Revolution podcast, episode 080 JFK 50 years later. Key Bono. I don't know that I've been through this whole thing. As you can see, it's 19 hours long. That's some homework for me to get on. But it's a large compilation of material on the topic. Rich basically, as he describes it, he went out and found everything he'd never heard of about the JFK assassination and strung it together in audio form. Should we listen to a little bit?
The Warren Commission wasn't even close.
I can't honestly say that I've ever been completely relieved of the fact that there might have been international connections.
Lyndon Johnson.
You mean you still feel that there might have been?
Well, I have not completely discounted.
Well, that would seem to indicate that you don't have full confidence in the Warren Commission report.
No, I think the Warren Commission's study, and I think first of all is composed of the ablest, most judicious, bipartisan men in this country. Second, I think they had only one objective, and that was the truth. And third, I think they were competent and did the best they could. But I don't think that they or me or anyone else is always absolutely sure of every thing that might have motivated Oswald or others that could have been involved.
A portion of the interview was not broadcast at the president's request on the grounds, he said, of national security.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war. Not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time. The United States, as the world knows, will never start a war. We do not want a war. We do not now expect a war. This generation of Americans has already had enough, more than enough, of war and hate and oppression. We shall be prepared if others wish it. We shall be alert to try to stop it. But we shall also do our part to build a world of peace where the weak are safe and the strong are just. We are not helpless before that task or hopeless of its success. Confident and unafraid, we must labor on, not towards a strategy of annihilation, but towards a strategy of peace. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable, 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 inevitable.
They say at Parkland Hospital that it was really of no use to try to help the president, that he was beyond help when he reached the hospital within 5 minutes of the shooting. They said that the bullet that entered his neck came out the back of his head, and it was quite clear. They said that the bullet that entered his neck came out the back of his head, and it was quite clear. They said that the bullet that entered his neck came out the back of his head.
Back and to the left.
This is a crime that's been investigated and debated for half a century now, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The official word that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, but now for the first time we're learning that JFK's younger brother, Robert Kennedy, the Attorney General at that time, did not agree with that conclusion, and ABC's Alex Marquardt is on the story. Good morning.
That's right, Dan. It's a remarkable revelation. This is a murder that's been studied more than any other in history. Conspiracy theorists insisting that JFK's assassination by Lee Harvey Oswald was part of a bigger plot. And now the stunning assertion by a Kennedy family member that Robert Kennedy also believed it.
This single bullet explanation is the foundation of the Warren Commission's claim of a lone assassin.
The 1991 blockbuster film JFK highlighted and fueled the conspiracy theories surrounding one of the darkest days in American history.
If there was a second rifleman, then by definition, there had to be a conspiracy.
And now, for the first time ever, we're learning that JFK's own brother and his Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, was, quote, fairly convinced that Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone.
I know that it was the source of the greatest strength to him to know that there were thousands of people all over the United States who were together with him.
Though RFK publicly supported the Warren Commission, according to his son, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he thought it was, quote, a shoddy piece of craftsmanship. My father thought that somebody was involved, Kennedy Jr. revealed to a Dallas audience. The evidence at this point, I think, is very, very convincing that it was not a lone gunman. Then who? When it was suggested that the culprits could have been the mob or Cubans, Kennedy Jr. added, quote, or rogue CIA agents. He also revealed that his father put his own investigators on the case in search for the truth.
I don't find them credible. It's been investigated, reinvestigated, investigated again and again and again, and no one's ever come up with entirely credible evidence.
And a new revelation about Jacqueline Kennedy, that image of her in Dallas 50 years ago so iconic. Kennedy Jr. told the audience that after JFK's assassination, his aunt spent the next half of the decade mainly out of the country because she feared how dangerous it was becoming. As for why Robert Kennedy never voiced these suspicions in public, his son said that with the civil rights debate sweeping the country at the time, raising them would have been a distraction. Dan?
I think it's interesting to hear his thoughts on Jackie Kennedy as well.
Fascinating.
Just so fascinated with his family. All right, Alex, good to see you in person. Thanks so much.
This year will mark the 50th anniversary of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. It is the most investigated and analyzed crime ever committed. A provocative new twist has people talking once again about that historic event. NBC's Andrea Mitchell in our Washington bureau with more. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning to you, Willie. The revelation comes from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President Kennedy's nephew, and of course the son of the late Attorney General Robert Kennedy. It suggests that the Kennedy family was always skeptical about the conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone when he killed JFK. In a split second, half a century ago, those shots in Dallas changed the world. Ever since, from the official Warren Commission report to amateur historians, the overwhelming conclusion has been that the president was shot by one man, Lee Harvey Oswald, although in 1979, congressional investigators said there could have been co-conspirators. And now Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has told a Dallas audience that his father was deeply skeptical and thought the Warren Commission report was a shoddy piece of craftsmanship.
During his lifetime, Robert Kennedy went along with the idea that the Warren Commission was right in saying that President Kennedy was killed by a lone gunman. Now you have his son and namesake saying that he thought there might have been a conspiracy. That's news.
And Robert Kennedy Jr. said he agrees with his father that the evidence is very, very convincing that it was not a lone gunman. He revealed his father even worried that some of his own decisions as Attorney General may have led to the assassination.
We know that Robert Kennedy, after his brother's death, was seized with all kinds of guilt. Some people speculated that perhaps the guilt came from the fact that Robert Kennedy thought that his own attacks on the mafia in this country from the Justice Department might have provoked a mafia retaliation that led to President Kennedy's death.
This is likely to reignite the debate over the Kennedy assassination, providing conspiracy theorists with something new to bolster their theory that others were involved in killing President Kennedy. Really?
Nearly 50 years on, the debate continues. Andrea Mitchell in Washington. Thanks, Andrea.
Thanks, Andrea.
Lee Harvey Oswald was your typical America-hating communist from Louisiana, and like every risky-loving pinko from the South, he grew up watching American spy dramas, volunteered for a civilian air patrol run by a CIA contract agent, and joined the U.S. Marines. Nicknamed Oswaldsky for his tendency to speak Russian and spout pro-Soviet propaganda, he was given special training and assigned to one of the most sensitive facilities in the world, running the radar for the U-2 spying on the Ruskies and the Chi-Coms. After contracting gonorrhea in the line of duty, Oswald was tested for Russian proficiency before being honorably discharged to take care of his mother, who wasn't ill, and flew to Europe using money he didn't have on planes that didn't exist to arrive at Helsinki, where he stayed at the most luxurious hotel in town before waltzing into the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War. While there, he kept a detailed log of Soviet facilities, made notes about microdots, and carried a CIA standard-issue Minox camera before getting bored and returning to the United States on a military jet using money loaned to him from the U.S. Embassy. After waltzing back into the United States after supposedly defecting to the enemy at the height of the Cold War, he settled back in New Orleans, where he appeared in radio and TV interviews, got into fistfights on the street, and handed out leaflets from a pro-Castro Cuban group sharing office space with an ex-FBI agent involved in government-sponsored anti-Castro Cuban groups. Moving to Texas and befriending a millionaire Russian oilman who helped to get him a job at the Texas School Book Depository, Oswald made sure to let his murderous intent be known by attempting to assassinate a right-wing general in the area, thus potentially jeopardizing any plot to kill the president, and sent vanity photos of himself posing with his rifle to his close friends. On the morning of November 22, 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald went to work in the School Book Depository where the president just happened to be driving by. After somehow getting the Secret Service to stand down before entering Dealey Plaza, Oswald set up a makeshift sniper's nest and got off 3 shots in 6 seconds, leaving 4 bullets without leaving any nitrate on his cheek, a feat that has never been duplicated, including 1 bullet that managed to cause 7 entry-exit wounds, a feat that has never been duplicated, penetrating 15 inches of tissue, 4 inches of rib, and a radius bone, to come out in almost perfect condition on a stretcher in the hospital while no one was looking, a feat that has never been duplicated. He then ran downstairs and got himself a Coke from the vending machine within seconds of the assassination before heading home, grabbing his things, walking down the street, shooting the police officer, ducking into a movie theater, and waiting to be arrested. After jumping up and pulling his gun on the police officers who swarmed the theater, he was let out the front door, or the back, and taken into police custody. While there, he is not charged with the murder of the president.
Did you kill the president?
No, I have not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet.
And like any self-respecting America-hating communist grandstander who had just killed the President of the United States in a pinko rage, denied he had anything to do with it.
I'm just a patsy.
Before being transferred to county jail, he was shot on live TV by a 2-bit Union Mafia stooge, supposedly torn by grief at the death of the President, whose brother he personally hated, later claiming that it was part of a conspiracy the world will never know.
The world will never know the true facts.
Luckily, the crusading journalist of the unbiased media told the public the straight truth about what happened.
His head could be seen to move violently forward.
Hoover wrote a memo that weekend demanding that the public be convinced that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin. LBJ appointed a commission telling Commissioner Warren that he had to find that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin. And, as luck would have it, that commission concluded,
Now, what about the doctor at Parkland Hospital who reportedly said the president was wounded in the front? Actually, the doctor told the commission, and a newspaper report agrees, that he said only that the bullet could have entered from the front. But because of the president's condition and their desperate haste, the doctors never turned him over, never saw the similar wound where the bullet actually entered from the back.
This is the story of the JFK assassination, as brought to you by the truth tellers in government.
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere.
And the media. And if you have any questions about it, you are a woo-woo, grassy knoll, tinfoil, lizard-fearing America hater. If you love Jesus, sunshine, ponies, monster trucks, miniskirts, and the American flag, you will never ask any questions about any part of this story to anyone. Ever.
Amen.
This message has been brought to you by the CIA, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Warren Commission, and the MSM. Because ignorance is strength.
Back and to the left.
Remember, kids, back and to the left. That was James Corbett bringing you the fantastical tales of Lee Harvey Oswald, as brought to you by Peace Revolution Podcast, episode 80. JFK 50 years later, Key Bono. And there's a whole 19 hours and 24 minutes more of that you can check out. You can find the link in the show notes. So, gosh. Good stuff every time I check out the Peace Revolution podcast. I know you have too. Probably. We're in a video game now. Just kidding. What's that guy say?
Wow. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. AJ. Although I will give props to the gamers out there that have helped innovate all this stuff that we now use to propagate things to think about, information with which for us to use our brains, and right, that's what we're after, right? Gamers. It blows my mind. You know what I could be doing right now? I could be flying, transatlantic Airbus, something, whatever, streaming that with all the fancy controls, the haptic feedback, and the proper monitors. And some of you guys could be pretending to be air traffic control, and we would be getting tons of money thrown at us for people to watch us do that. So everybody there in the chat that I gave a wrench to, so that you can actually comment and that YouTube won't hide your comments for some reason. That's fascinating, huh? Let me know if you want to do that. We can all invest. We'll just drop a bunch of money on equipment for me, and I'll fly fake planes in a fake world, and you guys, LARP along with me, and we'll make a bunch of money. How's that sound? Q1, let's go. Let's go. But instead, let's take a turn and see if we can't blow this YouTube channel up. So we've got a series of clips that might do that. I don't know. Let's check in again with Jimmy Dore to kick off this section of do I say it? Grabler football financial advice. Let's go with that. And we'll see if I need a mute button or I need a bell to cover up things or something. Let's check this out.
So that we've showed you. So before the war started in Ukraine, everybody in the West knew that there was a big Nazi problem in Ukraine.
Well, look at those tiki torches.
Right?
Yep.
Well, was that the brothers?
Were they in Charlottesville?
That was a solidarity march, I believe, wasn't it? With Charlottesville?
So
Am I wrong?
this is from March 19th, 2018.
Right.
So that's what they used to say at Reuters, that Ukraine's got a neo-Nazi problem. At The Nation, they used to say neo-Nazis and far right are on the march in Ukraine. 5 years after the Maidan uprising, anti-Semitism and fascist-inflected ultranationalism are rampant.
Lev Golinkin was the guy that came on when Aaron was hosting, and he explained Ukraine very well, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the ADL. So that's the Defense League. Is it the
Anti-Defamation
Anti-Defamation
League, which has
League.
always been a piece of shit organization, but this is correct, right? What they have here.
So watch what they say. So this is from 2019, before the Ukraine war. The ADL, the American, what is it called?
Anti-Defamation League.
Anti-Defamation. I can never remember that.
Yeah, they're just a money-making organization like a Southern Poverty Law Center and all those other ones that just like scam.
They're the ones who said Boogaloo Boys were not racist. The ADL said the Boogaloo Boys were not.
I hope they've corrected that.
I hope so. The Ukrainian extremist group called the Azov Battalion has ties to neo-Nazis and white supremacists. This is what the ADL said in 2019. The Ukrainian extremist group called the Azov Battalion has ties to neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Our latest report on international white supremacy details how they try to connect with like-minded extremists from the United States.
Yeah, I love that because remember Talia Lavin, that crazy chick that was got fired from NYU for, she had a whole book about, she went undercover with Nazis.
Yeah.
I remember reading her article about her dangerous. Basically, she went on a dating site and pretended to be not Jewish. It was all Ukrainians. And I'm like, I didn't really know about this stuff at the time.
Yes.
And I'm like, well, I don't care if they're Nazis in Ukraine. This isn't undercover. Now all of a sudden nobody's
talking about that. So here it is. So hang on. So here they are saying that they're in 2019. The ADL says that they're Nazis, right? And they're trying to expand. Well, now they say that they're no longer far right.
No, you just got to pay them, right?
Now they're no longer.
That's great. They took care of that problem.
Pay the man.
Thanks a lot.
So here's what they said. They said so. The Gray Zone got a letter from the ADL, and this is what they said to the Gray Zone. When it was created in 2014, the Azov Brigade was a private military group fighting the then annexation of Crimea. During this period, it was a group that had a clear far-right influence. In late 2014, the group was brought in as part of the Ukrainian National Guard and renamed the Azov Regiment. When this happened, the Ukrainian government investigated the group and claims to have expelled it of these far-right members.
Claims to? So in 2018 or whatever, this was a problem.
Yeah, but now
they took care of it that quickly. And well, we can't check on that, can we?
But they said in 2014 they already got rid of it. But it's weird because in 2019 you were still saying that they were Nazis, and here they are saying that in 2014 they got rid of it.
Well, they were mistaken. Someone from Ukraine called up and claimed that. That's great.
So
they said they did it.
It was also during this time that its founder, Andriy Blitsky, left Azov and has since worked in a greater Azov movement, including founding far-right political party, the National Corps. In essence, there was a split between the military unit Azov and the political goals of its founding members. Of course, this is not to say that they have successfully removed all far-right elements from their ranks, but our Center on Extremism also does not see Azov regiments as the far-right group it once was.
ADL has been a absolute bullshit organization as long as I've known about them. Like it's all like this kind of feeding frenzy of funding for there's Nazis everywhere. So they were fundraising off the danger of Nazis everywhere. Then they probably got better funds or threatened by the government to not say that anymore.
So I'm going to guess both. Yeah. I would guess they probably got threatened, pressured by people in government, Israeli government. So people want, isn't it wild to see Jon Stewart give a Nazi a medal, right? Jon Stewart, Jewish guy, give a Nazi a medal over Ukraine. Here's the ADL papering over Nazis in Ukraine. It's nuts.
Kind of reminds me of the end of World War II when America, grabbed all those Nazis and brought them here and protected them. And like, as soon as it's useful, there's no problem with Nazis. Unless you don't like being censored on Twitter, and then you're the worst kind of Nazi.
We had Jeffrey Sachs on earlier today, and I wanted him to ask him about this is what I wanted to ask him about. this, and this. And We didn't have time.
Joe Biden shoulder massages.
Maybe next time we have him on, we'll be able to ask him about this.
I know I should have credited Gray Zone on Rogan, but I just forgot. And he put the article up, so I figured you could see it.
Okay. It's nuts. So up is down, black is white, and everything that George Orwell and Aldous Huxley ever wrote, you're living in it.
Well, this is not, but like 180 world or something. ADL was always a piece of garbage, phony. Like, I've never respected anything they've said. Anytime someone quotes them, I'm like, you might as well quote Media Matters or David Brock. They're like David Brock kind of pieces of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, they've never been valid.
I don't know much about the ADL.
Oh, treat yourself.
I was surprised to find out that they investigated the Boogaloo Boys and found out that the Boogaloo Boys were not racist, unlike the Proud Boys who were. And that's because the Boogaloo Boys were invented as a reaction to the Proud Boys. And nobody... So I probably got botted. When I covered that guy, I got totally botted. That's what happened. Hey, we're doing live stand.
Wait, where is the live stand-up
comedy in Los Angeles, December.
Los Angeles? Oh, I'm not there. So, yeah. No thanks. All right. Continuing on a related subject. Yeah, we're going to get a sick t-shirt here. It looks like Zelensky, Montana, with a pile of cocaina. Slava cocaina. Let's do that. We'll get it going. We'll get it up on the best t-shirt store you know of. Freedom United Revolt. All right. We're making things happen right here. And we'll make it worth your while. So, on a related topic, we're going to pull up some videos. Maybe string some together. I guess this is going to be a long stream. I found a second win. Thankfully. I didn't think I was going to be able to do this tonight. And I'm glad I just sacked up and made it happen. And I'm so happy that I've got some friends on board with me. On board LDR. We're going to go from cooking in the kitchen to flying high in the skies. That could be a reality too. We could get a plane and I'll fly it around to visit you guys and, live stream it or something. Okay, anyway, sticking to the related topic, we're investigating Grabbler football financial advice this evening, and we're gonna play with the soundboard, man, because the soundboard needs love. So here's one that would have been appropriate during the weather report.
The Russians?
Yeah, it was
the Russians.
Yeah.
And who's gonna post the flight logs? I'll just I'll do log drops along the way. Problem solved. Log drops. Somebody just started a Twitter account. It could be Elon's log drops. Or yeah, we could have LD's log drops. Or one of you's guys log drops. You can drop whatever logs you want. Okay. So speaking of
Israel,
we're gonna investigate some financial advice. I think something like that. Let's get into it.
I'd like to welcome Derek Penzler, who is a professor of Israel Studies at Oxford University and also a professor of Jewish history at the University of Toronto. Welcome to Knowledge at Wharton.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. I want to ask you, what are the features of a Jewish approach to economics and how that differs from other approaches? But before I get to that, I wanted to start with this idea of what do you think of pairing ethnicity with economics and looking at the two together? Because that can be a controversial idea just starting off.
It can be very controversial, no matter how you approach it. It is sensitive. The fact is that until the 1930s, 1940s, it was very common for scholars, including Jewish scholars who were really embedded in their communities, to write about the relationship between the Jewish religion or Jewish nationality and Jewish economic behavior. Nothing wrong really was attributed to it. Anti-Semites were making outrageous comments about Jewish economic behavior or domination, but Jews considered it a completely acceptable thing to do. And then came the horrors of the 1930s, 40s, Nazism, the Holocaust. And in the wake of that, a lot of the language that had been used to talk about Jews as a kind of an ethnic unit and an economic unit was discredited. It was considered no longer appropriate to talk about Jews that way.
Even by Jews?
Even by Jews. And so Jewish scholarship on the history of the Jews, tended to focus on anything but economics. Religion was okay. Politics was okay. Culture was okay. But economics was taboo. Very few people wrote on economics every now and then. And just in the last, I'd say, decade and a half, we now see young scholars who are now, 2 generations removed away from the Holocaust, who are beginning to take this subject up again. And after all, you can't understand any kind of group behavior without economics.
So enough time has passed, it would seem.
I think enough time has passed, although there are people who still are nervous about it because of the way that anti-Semites have made use of economic arguments to demean the Jews.
Well, let's get into what some of these characteristics or features of the Jewish approach are, and how they may differ from other cultures, other countries, other nations.
Well, one thing I would say, there's not a monolithic thing called the Jewish economy that sort of marches across space and time. It's just that there seem to be certain forms of economic behavior or economic culture throughout much of the Jewish world that seem to repeat themselves in many different circumstances. And it's hard to know how far back to go, but certainly by the time we get into the later Middle Ages, up through early modern times, 20th century, the most important thing really is just one sentence, which is that Jews throughout most of history have not been peasants or aristocrats. Throughout most of human history, most people, until recently, were peasants. They worked the land. They often couldn't leave the land. And that doesn't encourage economic innovation. It doesn't encourage literacy. It doesn't encourage numeracy. It doesn't encourage entrepreneurship. And aristocrats are lords of the land. And they tend to be a warrior elite. And that also does not encourage innovation. So who innovates in a society? The middle classes, the townspeople, the bourgeois, or the burghers. Well, Jews have been for millennia primarily a people of townsmen. It might be a small town, it might be a large one. And they've worked in a mixture of crafts, but also in commerce. When people are doing that generation after generation, they develop certain comparative advantages, whether it's literacy or numeracy. And let's not forget the fact that Jews are connected with each other across space. The Jew in one town in Poland has Jewish distant family from another part of Poland or from somewhere in Germany and so on.
So, but the Israeli economy, as you alluded to in your last answer, has changed a lot over the last 30 years, let's say, without going back centuries, just look at the last 30 years. And it's gone from largely a socialistic approach to the economy to a much more capitalistic approach. Can you talk about that change and how it came about, why it came about?
Sure, and I can do it by actually bridging a little bit from, the 1600s, 1700s I was talking about a second ago into directly into your question, which is the Jewish world in Central Eastern Europe primarily was just overwhelmed by the possibility of revolution in the 19th century. Capitalist revolution, transformation of economic relations, but also socialism, communism, various movements on the left. And national movements, Zionism is after all a classic form of Jewish nationalism, were caught up with this idea of a revolutionary change in the Jewish people. So Zionism, when it realized itself in the state of Israel in 1948, was very strongly dominated by, I wouldn't say a socialist ideology, as such, but one that had socialist elements, where the state played a very major role in the development of the country, in the promotion of the nation. There was a lot of state-owned industry. There were severe limits on wages. So, for example, wage differentials between workers and, let's say, physicians or professors in the early state of Israel were quite minimal. So there was this kind of egalitarian ethos, not socialism per se, but kind of social democracy. And that was one kind of Jewish, I would say, economy, in that it was influenced by the very strong role Jews had played in the revolutionary movements in the early 20th century. But that was Israel of one era, 1950s, 60s. It already begins to loosen up in the 70s and the 80s. Israel becomes an industrial powerhouse, manufacturing textiles, medical technology. It's no longer making money selling oranges and grapefruit alone. There's a lot more to the Israeli economy. And then comes the great privatization wave that begins in the 1980s and has really continued to our own day. State-owned industries are sold off, and there's a kind of neoliberal economy where now Israel is one of the world centers, really, for investment from abroad and of economic innovation.
It's seen as a world center for high-tech innovation in particular, but all kinds of innovation.
Right.
And I'm wondering to what extent the military in Israel has played a role in that development of high-tech. How closely related are those two?
They're very closely related. Now, they are in pretty much any country. So take aerospace, and develops in California and the United States from World War II on. So clearly, high-tech innovation in the United States, the internet came, after all, out of the U.S. military. So that kind of connection is not unique to Israel. The difference is that the United States has this massive economy. And as big as the military is in the U.S., there's an enormous consumer-driven, business-driven economy. Israel's a smaller country with a smaller economy, and the military is far more pervasive. So there's a lot more direct applications of military technology to the private sector. So it can be that some kind of programming that was developed, let's say, to help provide directional...
Speaking of the military being involved in the development of the internet, isn't it interesting that we're finding out that all these tech companies are not profitable? It seems there's a tech bubble being bursted. You look at all the people let go under Elon's tyrannical reign, his brief and tyrannical reign thus far at Twitter. Shit costs a lot of money to host server space and to employ people to do all kinds of little tedious tasks and a lot of infrastructure. And wow, were we sold a bill of goods about the huge profitability of tech companies? Well, some people made huge profits, it seems, but I just wanted to interject briefly.
Israel's a smaller country with a smaller economy, and the military is far more pervasive. So there's a lot more direct applications of military technology to the private sector. So it can be that some kind of programming that was developed, let's say, to help provide directional assistance to fighter aircraft might then become used in GPS for civilian automobiles, this sort of thing, the much more direct transfer of technology.
So over history, there's been other groups that have had prominent merchant classes that also went to other parts of the world and established beachheads. I'm thinking of particularly the Chinese throughout Southeast Asia, where they are often some of the chief merchant classes in some of the big cities in Southeast Asia, even today, although they are a tiny percentage of the population. Right. And India is another example where there's been a lot of merchant activity, much of which has, or some of which has gone overseas. So there's a diaspora from India of business people. How do those groups, how are they similar to what's happened in Israel and to Jews over the years, and how do they differ?
Well, there's two different ways of answering the question. One is that Jews, until really 1948, were almost like a periphery or a diaspora without a center. That is, spiritually, they had this notion of the land of Israel as their center, but that wasn't really their physical demographic home. So they were like a donut, as it were, but there's no center in the donut. And they dealt with each other throughout the Jewish world. So you've got that Jewish merchant in New York who's got the colleague or the relative in Cleveland and someone in Los Angeles. So there's a lot of horizontal integration. And something similar happened, of course, with, let's say, Indian merchants throughout much of Africa, throughout British Africa. The difference is that there was a homeland. There was a homeland, and although some of these Indian merchants never saw that homeland, some of them did.
I'm going to let you finish for a sec, but I just have to share this. How are... Thank you, Yona. God bless you. You're a treasure. How are NFL groundskeepers like Jeffrey Epstein? They both mow sod. Ugh. Keep those puns in the oven and coming out.
You have
more than puns.
Mohandas Gandhi, for example, who is, in his case, an attorney from Gujarat in India, but then he winds up making his career partially in South Africa and then comes back to India. There is a center. There's a place to go back to. For Israel, for the state of Israel, that only happens in 1948. Then you have a state. But until really the 1970s, you don't have lots and lots of Israelis living abroad as you do now. Now there's an Israeli diaspora of, who knows, 500,000, as many as 1 million, living in the United States. They have very close ties, including economic ties with the state of Israel. So I'd say now the Israeli diaspora relates to Israel economically the way that the Indian diaspora or the Chinese diaspora of the past may have dealt with their homelands.
So it's become more similar since
It's becoming more
48.
similar because Israel's a normal state in that sense, and the Israeli diaspora is a normal diaspora.
Israel, as I mentioned, is well known for being innovative, in high tech in particular. Are there attributes of the Israeli economy related to that can be adopted or adapted by other countries that see that success and just as they would look at Silicon Valley and say, how can we develop something like that in our country?
Well, theoretically, yes, but it might be difficult because there are national cultures, there are ways of behaving. And if you look at Israel and the way, for example, the high-tech sector works in Israel, there's tremendous informality. There are authority structures, but they're very loose, and you can challenge authority, you can challenge your boss, and things are much less well organized. There's a lot more improvisation. So the question is whether these corporate cultures in other parts of the world are frankly willing to loosen up the way that Israel has. Israelis also, they bring into the project a lot of intellectual independence, and one has to be willing to listen to a lot of that. And so it has to be much more of a group sort of decision-making process than an individualistic one. What I don't know if...
Intellectual independence. That sounds like one of those autonomy things. Sounds like something we'd want to have in our public spaces of discourse, no?
It can be translated as easily, is the sense Israelis have of a very strong solidarity, which keeps them united despite the often lack of the lack of strong authority structures. Israel has a sense of common threat, whether it's real or perceived is not the issue. There's that sense, and there's a sense of sort of Jewish solidarity. Whether one can replicate that in other parts of the world, I'm not sure, but the actual chain of command, the way decisions are taken on a daily basis, the way brainstorming takes place, yes, of course, one could try to replicate that.
One last question. Any idea what the next iteration of the Israeli economy might look like? Are you seeing anything today that's moving on, that's a departure from what we tend to think about or think we know about the Israeli economy today?
Well, one thing's for sure. Israel shows every sign of continuing to be a world leader in many aspects of...
Let's just ponder the phrase, the Israeli economy. What does that really mean?
Israel.
If you think about the establishment of the state of Israel and the stuff that we cover on Grand Theft World and, the things that we cover on that show, the historical context, the planning, the execution, how it came to be, just ponder that as am I.
Of high tech. But it's a world. Well, one thing's for sure. Israel shows every sign of continuing to be a world leader in many aspects of high tech. But it's not just that. And the fact is Israel does have competition. I mean, it's not just the United States and Canada. There's the European Union. And I mean, Israel is not alone in this. And there is a concern in Israel that inadequate government funding, if the startup funding, for example, the investment funding that comes from venture capital, capitalists all over the world, if this were to dry up, then the Israeli startup economy would dry up. So Israel in some ways is very vulnerable. What I think might begin to happen is that Israel will become not only a leader in the development of new technologies, but the adaptation of existing ones. For example, desalination, which 30 years ago was considered outrageously expensive and simply impracticable. But Israel is now adopting desalination that I think is providing up to 70% of the country's drinking water. The country will actually have a water surplus in a few years. This would have been absolutely unheard of. They're using technology which is in part homegrown. A lot of it's come from elsewhere. So Israel's innovation isn't simply that they're developing things at home. It's also what they make use of comes from the outside.
So a second last question, which is, what haven't I asked you that would be interesting for viewers to understand about the Israeli economy?
I think what would be really interesting to understand, I guess, two things. One is similarities and differences between the Israeli economy and its Jewishness, however we can define that, and American Jews. Because American Jews, by and large, is a very successful ethnic religious minority, but it does not display as an aggregate, it seems, the same kind of thirst for innovation that one finds in the state of Israel. American Jews are by and large a comfortable and successful minority, and if anything, the innovative aspects of that community are being bled away by success. 50, 60 years ago, American Jews, the first generations to go to university, they worked very hard, they had to be innovative to make it in the world. Whereas now they're more comfortable and they can trot in well-established paths in business and the professions. Whereas in Israel, there still is this kind of thirst to succeed. And the other thing I would sort of want to mention, gets back to where we started, is it even appropriate to ask these questions about the Jewishness of an Israeli economy? So I would just say that in other parts of the world, in China and in India, there's much less embarrassment about talking about the relationship between culture and economics. Scholars of Indian studies simply do this all the time. What they're careful about, and I would finish with this, there's a difference between saying that there can be a cultural influence behind economic behavior and some sort of determinant. That people, because they belong to a certain ethnic community or identify with it, that they are automatically blessed or cursed or predetermined to succeed or to fail economically. There's enormous parameters, enormous spectrum of possibilities. This is not an issue of race. This is not an issue of genetics. This is an issue of culture. Culture is fluid and organic, and all we're talking about is a field of possibilities, which in the case of Israel, they've managed to realize.
Thanks very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Culture is not your friend.
Wow. There was a lot to notice in that video. Did that guy sound anti-Semitic to you? Well, we'll see if we notice anything else along the way. Let's check out 5 surprises. We'll fix it in post. 5 surprising differences between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews.
In America, if someone is picturing a Jew, it's almost always an Ashkenazi one. And that's because of the roughly 7 million Jews in America, only about 500,000 aren't Ashkenazi. But that's not true across the world. In Israel, the majority of Jews are not Ashkenazi. And yet most Americans don't know the first thing about other types of Jews, specifically Sephardic culture. So in no particular order, here are 5 surprising differences between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. Before getting into the list, a quick review of who these two groups are. Ashkenazi Jews originally came from Germany, France, and Eastern Europe, while Sephardic Jews originally came from Portugal and Spain, and later lived in all of these places. Notably, there's a lot of overlap in who lived where, and not all Jews neatly fit into these two categories, not by a long shot. Mizrahi Jews, for instance, are largely from the Middle East, and they share many customs with the Sephardic Jews. So much so that in Israel, many think of them as one group. And then there are Ethiopian Jews, Italkim, and many others. But in America, these are the two biggest groups of Jews. And living in these separate areas created many differences, beyond just the shade of the color of their skin. Number 1, the food. Bagels, matzo ball soup, gefilte fish, kugel, all Ashkenazi. They come from countries where Ashkenazi Jews used to live, and they're still served in those countries under different names. Think cold weather Eastern European fare. Arafina, shakshuka, mufleta, all Sephardic. Coming from warmer countries, they're often more colorful and might actually be spicy. In other words, both groups have taken on and adapted dishes from the countries where they lived. There are foods that both groups eat, such as variations of challah and cholent, but even those can look quite different. And importantly, both groups have a long tradition of keeping kosher, the Jewish dietary rules. But even within that, there are notable differences. On the holiday of Passover, for instance, while neither eat bread, Ashkenazi Jews also don't traditionally eat kitniot, which includes all of these. It makes for very different dishes at the Seder. It also means that on Passover, there are some Ashkenazi Jews who aren't able to eat at Sephardic Jews' houses if both are traditionally observant in their own way. Jews can go their entire life without realizing there's a whole other variety of Jewish recipes that they didn't know existed and look nothing like the dishes they grew up with. Number 2, the prayers and music. The prayer services of both groups have the same structure and greatly overlap in terms of wording, but even though most of the wording is the same, the melodies are quite different. Here's an Ashkenazi one.
Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu.
And here's a Sephardic one.
Shema Yisrael.
Elements of the synagogue, such as how the seats are arranged, are also quite different. You can even hear the cultural influences in popular music in Israel through the years. Many of the Israeli folk songs come from Ashkenazi tunes. And today, Israeli pop music has a lot of Sephardic and Mizrahi influences. Number 3, the languages. Yiddish, which combined Hebrew with German, was only spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. So they were the ones busy noshing and kvetching. What chutzpah! Sephardic Jews had a variety of other languages, including Ladino and Chakatiya, which, in part, combined Hebrew and Spanish, to name just a couple of the many languages. Both Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews continued to maintain Hebrew, but even there they had different ways of pronouncing certain letters and words. Many learned Hebrew in order to both pray and to understand the holy texts, like the Torah. These days, both sides mostly speak the language of the country where they're living. Number 4, the laws and traditions. Jewish laws go all the way back, predating the split between the Ashkenazi and Sephardic communities. So they share many of the same laws, the general rules around kosher and Shabbat, for instance. But for hundreds of years, even if there was always some communication between the two sides, the two groups developed independently. At one point in the 1500s, it was incredibly difficult to sort through and understand which exact Jewish laws to follow. So at roughly the same time, both the Sephardic and Ashkenazi communities started working on collecting their own set of rules into one place. For a while, neither side realized the other side was simultaneously working on a similar project. When the rabbi on the Ashkenazi side realized that he was writing a competing book rather than creating two separate law books, he decided that he'd instead write an add-on for the book recently published on the Sephardic side called the Shulchan Aruch that called out the variations between the Sephardic and Ashkenazi traditions. And it meant that in most cases, they could share the same set of rules. Here's just a couple of examples of the many rules and customs, minhagim, that are different between the two groups. Sephardic Jews will name a child after a living relative, whereas Ashkenazi Jews will only name a kid after someone who has passed away. Also, Ashkenazi Torahs look like this, and Sephardic Torahs look like this. At weddings, only Sephardic brides traditionally get henna, and it's only Ashkenazi brides who circle the groom 7 times. We can make a whole top 5 list of just different wedding traditions. Number 5, the movements. This difference is more abstract, getting to the very heart of who these two groups are. Most often, when Americans think about the different types of Jews, it has to do with the denominations, such as Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. But this separation between the movements only happened on the Ashkenazi side. The Reform movement splitting off from traditional Judaism was, in part, influenced by the Protestants recently splitting off from the Catholics. To Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews, they had no such reference point. They developed in a completely different manner. To quote Micah Goodman, the movements and counter-movements that complicated Jewish identity in Europe barely touched Jews in the Muslim world. While Jews faced serious troubles under both Christian and Muslim rule, only one of those sets of circumstances led to a division between Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox Jewry. The influence of local environments then went beyond what people wore or what Jews ate. It colored the very way in which they saw the world. Today, these are not two groups geographically isolated from each other. There's a lot more interaction between the two. For instance, when Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews marry each other, they have to choose which family customs to follow. And in interacting and discussing these unique differences, the Jewish people continue to grow together. Despite the many differences, both sides share a core connection to the rest of the Jewish world. There's something special so many Jews feel when they meet other Jews elsewhere in the world. It allows a traveler to jump into a local Jewish community in another country, excited to find a synagogue or hear Hebrew, even if it's quite different from what they're used to. The difficult question that remains is, what does it mean to be part of one people? And what will it take to all keep growing together?
Ooh, one people. Well, I learned some things. I hope you did too. I don't know that there was a whole lot of noticing in that one. One people, be one. Be one together, huh? Yona. All right. The chat is lively. Thank you, Yona. Puns in the oven. Steam rolling on. Let's check out the next offering. Find out a little more about the Jewish economy. We heard about the Israeli economy. So let's see what this is all about.
The Jewish people have always had a peculiar relationship with money. Their Torah recounts tales of men accumulating fortunes of biblical proportion. When God took his people out of Egypt, he brought them to the foot of Mount Sinai and revealed to them many secrets, one of which was the secret to wealth. Throughout the ages, the world could not help but admire the Jewish people for their business prowess. Admittedly, in some generations...
Look, if any of this makes you all uncomfortable, let me know. These anti-Semitic content creators are still on YouTube, but you just let me know in the chat if we need to have a struggle session about it or something like that. But I'll just keep my mouth shut and continue.
The admiration turned to hatred and became an excuse to admirations. Admittedly, in some generations, the admiration turned to hatred and became an excuse to commit unspeakable atrocities. Their greatest critics will say that they control the banks, the media, and the financial markets. Is it all just a coincidence? There is no denying that this ancient people possess a secret to the accumulation of riches. that has defied the rule of nature. Alas, what is their great secret?
I've always been fascinated with money. Ever since I was a kid, I remember that I had this picture book when I was younger that inside of it, instead of putting photos, I would put bills, $5 bills, $10 bills. As I grew up, I would read any business book that I could get my hands on. And I'd also listen to any positive thinking guru that I could find. I guess you could say I've always been a student of money. There is a secret to wealth that the Jewish people have known for thousands of years. It was hidden inside of the Bible and was not ready to come out until this very last generation. You see, we're all ruled by one power, by one force, by one creator, and we all are subject to his laws. And when we know how to apply that to our lives, we're able to unleash wealth that we never thought possible. The Jewish secret to wealth is charity, in Hebrew called tzedakah.
The big key is the tzedakah. Giving the money actually gives us back more.
Because I prioritize giving, God prioritizes me.
The key secret is my charity that I give.
Tzedakah plays an intricate role in my everyday life and decisions that I make within my life.
Si quieres ganar, tienes que dar.
Generous people are more successful people.
Zohar says, open up for me a vessel like the eye of a needle, and I'll fit an elephant through it.
Now this goes against all logic. According to simple math, if a person has 10 of something and they take one and give it away, they're left with 9.
Imagine a pie that you have in front of you. Okay, someone gives you a beautiful apple pie that you love. That's the amount of money that you've earned during the year, that you worked hard for, that you've sweated with. You've got receivables and payables and staff and finding clients. We're sweating for our money, and that money is that pie. The idea of giving away 1 or 2 slices away, Hashem has ways to give you back those 2 slices and more.
What we're talking about here does not go according to nature. We're talking about a secret code that the creator of the universe himself embedded into the fabric of the universe. We're not talking about karma, that if you do good, you're gonna get good. No. We're talking about a hack in the matrix.
Der Rebischter sagt, als eine medagdik, wie Zedoke, bemele eine medagdik nime, et muras von Arbo pomim, gitnem Chamisha pomim, vekama pomim kocho, und zusammen damit tegen, mit dem Schäfer, Tevas, mit Gitem Milmailo, gitmen am Eche de Brocha Watzloche, soll das vernutzen. Auf gesunde Sachen, freiliche Sachen, in Yone Teiro, mit Zveseo, mit Simcha, vetuv levo.
When I came home from yeshiva and went back to work, the rabbi from my synagogue came and he asked for a pledge for the following year. He asked me for $18,000, which is roughly $1,500 a month. And it's what I owed at that time for charity. So I gladly said yes. By the end of the year, I fulfilled the pledge, but again, didn't think too much about it. That next year, I left my family business and I went to go start my own company from absolutely scratch. Right before Rosh Hashanah, the rabbi came to my new office to pledge me as he does every year. And when he walked into the room, his face turned white. He was used to seeing me in a big fancy office with a big mahogany desk with a big corner view. And that year he walked in and I was alone in a dingy office sitting on a $10 Walmart chair and those white folding tables. That year, I was expecting the rabbi to go easy on me. He sits down at the table and he says to me,
"This year, I'm not going to ask you for 18,000, but this year we'll ask you double, 36,000.
I went into a trance. The rabbi froze in front of me. It was just me, myself, and God. And at first I was angry. I was saying to myself, how could he do this to me? He knows that I'm starting fresh. He knows how hard it is. How could he ask such a big ask? But then I thought to myself, if this is all true, then God is not going to hurt me for giving charity.
in die Tag in Cheshbein ist, wenn ich gehe zu Tzedake, es darf sein nicht verbunden mit Seichel. A viele nicht mit was lebt, nur geht das gleich nicht was jot, und mit dieses war gewollt.
I came out of the trance. One single tear ran down my cheek, and I said one word. Okay. I said, it's up to God. It's not my problem. I'm going to do my best and I'm going to commit. But at the end of the day, it's up to Him to make sure it happens.
Wie der Rebbe der Nosser gesagt, dass jede Macht nicht geben auf Tzedaka auf Schum, was in Gashmis in der Tobe ist, meistens kein Pesach mehr helfen. Also können geben dem Schum, geöffnet dem der Rebbe Ruf hat Ziner Choder. Also soll können mit keinem sein Achlatos Atebe b'Milua und dann das mit der Simcha v'Tuv Levo, wo der Funde verstandig am Legitem kam vom im Kocher, der soll können weggeben dem Schum mit Simcha v'Tuv Levo.
That year in business, I absolutely exploded. It was an incredible year from zero to hero overnight. The type of growth that I had was not normal. And by the end of that year, I was able to fulfill every single dollar of that $36,000 pledge. So I started to go on a search to find where exactly the source for this concept of giving charity makes a person wealthy. So I came across the standard line in Torah that everybody knows, which in Hebrew is called Asher tis Asher.
Asher tis Asher.
Which means that when a person gives charity, he becomes wealthy.
Tithe to become wealthy.
So I continued to learn and study more, and I came across the magic phrase that I'm about to tell you that changed my life forever and is about to change your life forever. And the secret hidden line is found in a book called Malachi, and it goes like this: Ubachanuni na bazos.
Ubachanuni na bazos.
Chanuni na bazos. Afal pi was bichlal torzach nicht sein der Ingen. Von Eisprung dem Ebersten, mit dem Eisnamen, wie es wird gebracht in Schulchen Oro. Heilig jere Deja, und Hilchis Doki non-heit, aber ne gehe zu Doki, so demolte der Ebersten nicht nur se meg sein de Pchino, no der Ebersten bet sich up Chanuni no Bozei, zar bet am Zolem Eisprung.
The next year when the rabbi came and asked for $50,000, I gladly obliged, of course. And the year after that, they asked for $100,000. Now that was really pushing myself. I said yes. What was I going to do? Say no? Would you believe that it worked again? It was all starting to make sense. I tested God, and He opened up new channels, new ways for me to make a living. And I had made more in that year when I gave $100,000 than I had ever made in my life. And I also had enough left over. By then, I was so convinced when it came to charity that there's no difference for me between taking a ball and dropping it and letting it fall by gravity and giving charity and getting money back in return. There's no difference. As I started documenting and talking more about my experience with charity, all of a sudden, from all around the world, people would reach out to me, telling me about their stories, their miracles that they themselves saw.
So the first time that we gave charity in a way that I would describe as making us slightly uncomfortable was Ida and I went to a class at Chabad of Ohio State University. They were hosting Rabbi Yossi Jacobson, YY. We were super inspired. He spoke about a number of things, one of the things being giving and the importance of giving. We walked up to Rabbi Jacobson. We said, Rabbi, your message is fantastic, it's powerful, and it needs to be heard by the world. Why don't you start a website, an online yeshiva, and we will underwrite it. And I had no idea what the financial commitment would look like. The dollar amount was, tens of thousands of dollars to start it, build it, fund it. I was extremely uncomfortable. Ida was uncomfortable, but we felt like this is really important. Hundreds of thousands of people could potentially be learning and growing as a result of this, and we did it. Every year we would give more and we were testing Hashem, every year we would see clearly those results.
When you give for fun and for free, with no expectation of getting anything in return, and what you get after almost becomes just like the cherry on top.
It was COVID, everyone was cash tight. I was especially cash tight. I was coming out of a sabbatical in Israel where I had very little income. And I decided to put a donation in that was well above my means at the time. And less than a year later, I closed probably the biggest cash deal of my life, and blew my mind. The fact that God had reimbursed me not only with the fund amount, but also that he rewarded me, so to speak, with 10x was phenomenal to me.
I had a friend came up to me, told me, Alberto, are you giving, how much are you giving? Do something. Calculate 20%. And I'm like, crazy, how can I give 20%? Just do it. You know, if you wanna continue to be a guy who's, paying your bills and doing okay. But if you wanna go strong, it's a 20%. You know, after that day, I liked what he said. And I separated 20%. I cannot explain how that opened up the possibilities of businesses.
Did find myself at a point where I had gotten divorced, and now I was running a home as a single parent. It became a struggle to give as freely as I did in the past. Even if it was kind of a challenge, I always benefited on the flip side. So I would get a tax refund that year, or I would have the opportunity to work at another job. So I always found that even in giving, God will ultimately reward you.
It was our first Shabbat, or maybe second Shabbat in the community, and we're at Kiddush, and I meet this guy, and I'm talking to him, and we're having some drinks, and Rabbi Korn comes over, and he's pouring whiskey for everyone, and he says, Yaakov, make sure that this guy gives good donations this year. And I laugh it off. What am I gonna do? So I decide to joke, whatever you give, I'll match. I had no clue how much he had given. So it turns out that he had committed $18,000 for the year. That was, 5 times more than any donation I had ever given. What am I gonna say? I just hoped and prayed that I'll be able to give it, and I meant it. Somehow, with God's incredible blessing, I was able to give that much and more. The year after, I gave at least 5 times that amount. The thing I realized at that time that still sticks with me is we're just a vessel for creating wealth and serving as a channel for God to get it into the hands of those who need it.
People often ask me, what's your secret to success? So yes, I do a ton of networking. I work really, really hard. But the key ingredient is my charity that I give. I really feel that has enabled me to scale, and things that don't even make sense have been working out. Like, it's beyond comprehension.
I've been in many businesses, everything from shoes, textiles. Our last business has been the most successful one. We made sure that everything that came in, we were gonna give 10% tzedakah. And I believe that it's been successful because of us taking so seriously giving charity.
My story with charity begins a few months ago. I was at the gravesite of the Rabbi Rivnitz in Monsey, New York. I had a big project that I was working months and months to get it, and I didn't see a path to getting a signature on my contract. And I told for the Rabbi that if I'm going to get it, I will donate my charity from this project for his schools. 5-6 days later, and this is already after months of back and forth, I got in my inbox a signed contract. It was signed on my terms, and everything started rolling from there. This was like a very special moment for me. Just 5-6 days after promising charity, all of a sudden, boom, the contract was signed.
A close friend of mine reached out to me, and he's like, I have a friend of mine, he lives across the country, he has no money, his parents have no money, no one has any money, he needs help. So I was like, sure, whatever he needs, I'll take care of it. And I supported him for the entire year. And it came to a point at the end of the year, I wanted to go back to Israel. I needed money to get there. I was short $5,000. I went to a friend of mine and I'm like, hey, this is the situation. Within 3 days, I had 5,000 plus plenty extra to get me through the entire year. And it was just so clear to me that that was literally me giving to someone else. God gave right back to me.
Our minds are so small, and it's only us that limit the capacity of Hashem. And once we do that, Hashem says, okay, Adkan, I'm gonna stop here. But in your mind, if you say, no, Hashem is bigger, He's greater, it's endless, then Hashem says, okay, you'll see.
There's a man in my synagogue that every year gives $10,000. And I asked him if he could stand up in front of the congregation and speak to everybody and talk about the blessings that he sees from his charity. But he told me, Beryl, I can't, because I don't see any blessings from my charity. And this really bothered me because I'm the guy that pledges him every year. So how could it be that he doesn't see it? And I went home and I thought about it and I did the math. And the reason why he's not seeing the blessings from his charity is because he's not giving enough. He only gives $10,000, which means that God only has to give him $40,000 that is left for him to keep.
Der Ewigste sagt, am Schaße seiner Chamisches mit Pfarre, mir wird geben a Chemisch, auf die, wo der Ewigste darf sich speisen. Ich sollte dämmelt heute viel mal als sehr viel Lecher. Als ich steht es vor.
So if he gave $20,000, then God would give him $100,000. If he gave $40,000, then God would give him $200,000. You see, the problem with charity and the way we've been looking at it forever is this. Most people look at charity going backwards. They say to themselves, if I made $100,000 this year, then I owe $10,000 to charity. The problem is, if a person makes $100,000 after tuition, after rent, after food, after insurance, and after a vacation, he has no money left. He might even be in debt. He doesn't even have $10,000 left over to give to charity. So he's not even doing that bare minimum. Here came the Lubavitcher Rebbe and changed everything and flipped it completely on its head. Instead of looking backwards at what you made to determine what you owed to charity, he challenged us to look forward and make a pledge and decide how much money we want to make for the upcoming year. And based on how much our pledge is, that's how much we're going to make.
As machshava teva, HaKadosh Baruch Hu misarfel lemaise, abishar sid betracht, as geht on a gute Sache. Is a viele wenn ein weißer Käse, a das nicht für Kirche, und noch mehr, sie taken nicht für Kirche. Die bald aber hat Basir beschlossen, a nicht guckendig auf seine Möglichkeiten, wie bald kommt on a Tewe a zweiten Ihnen. Afol Pi, was jener ist a Nosche, wird Ton de Tewe mit Messias Nefesh, ist a sichere Sache, der Eberste wird ihm helfen, soll können mit Malle sein unter die Achlotte.
After learning all this, last year when I went to go make my pledge for charity, I wanted to really test God with charity. At the end of the day, a lot of people think that it says you can test God, but really if you read it properly, it says test me with charity, as if it's a commandment, it's a mitzvah to test God with charity.
Der musste der Eberste nicht nur sie mag sein, die Pchino, no der Eberste bet sich auf Chanuni, no bo sie ist arbeit, am soll Missbrauch.
So this year, instead of going up by 18,000 or 36,000, I decided to really test God and see if this thing is true once and for all. I pledged $250,000. And what do you think happened? True to his word, a new business was formed, my executive coaching firm, that not only paid off the $250,000 pledge, but left me, thank you God, with plenty left over that I was able to do it with joy and with happiness.
Just goes to show, when you test God in charity, you're gonna see incredible miracles in your life.
I now want to give you the exact method that you could start applying this in your life exactly where you are right now, right here. Step 1, you make a pledge to institutions that the foundation is based on God. Now, disclaimer, the pledge that you make should not be irresponsible and it should be within the world of reality. But from the same time, the pledge should be something that pushes you beyond what you're comfortable giving. Step 2 is you write a document to the institutions that you're pledging to, telling them the exact amount of money that you're going to be pledging for the next year. And then step 3 is every single month, you send a check out to those organizations. My personal favorite is writing post-dated checks and giving them at the beginning of the year, so I take myself out of it. What you are about to do is testing God with the greatest mitzvah that there is, which is charity. And it says that nothing brings the Messiah, the Mashiach, closer than giving charity. Once you test God, and once you see the blessings explode in your life, you will never be able to go back to a regular life again. And when you do see those blessings, make sure to tell everybody that you know about this incredible mitzvah of testing God with charity.
Challenge you. Challenges. Any thoughts in the chat? I mean, I actually found a lot that I liked about that. And I suppose there's deeper discussion to get into that I'm not sure I want to right now just present that, but I'll note the parallels between other I wouldn't say that's unique to this religious tradition, ethnic group. I'm not sure. I'm not qualified to step into these waters, am I? Or I don't know. I've got another video, one more from that gentleman. We're checking this out together. Just presenting some videos that were collected over the past week on the Grand Theft World show card. Oh, the other thought I had was charitable. I mean, how do I put this? Charitable giving. Well, we've certainly seen it weaponized in the charitable foundations of certain families that had disproportionate effect on society through the education systems, the medical systems that were established. Yeah. It's just a ride, man.
It's just a ride.
Yeah, we're playing more with the soundboard. I'd love to learn some Yiddish. So, L'chaim, let's see another video from Beryl. Beryl, that dude's like a bear named Beryl. Sweet. I thought that was the ADL knocking on the door earlier. It was just the pizza delivery driver.
Today I'm going to be discussing the Jewish circular economy. A lot of people have said that Jewish people are good at business. Now, instead of me calling this anti-Semitism, I'm going to double down and say, heck yeah, we're good at business. Let me teach you some of the secrets that we've accumulated over the past 3,000 years. This being one of the biggest and baddest secrets that we have. You're going to want to stay until the very end of this video because that's when it's going to all start to make sense. And you're going to be able to apply this not only to yourself, but your community and everybody around you. My name is Beryl Solomon. If this is your first time on my page, please hit the subscribe button. Please leave me a like. Please leave me a comment so that we could be connected more often. Let's jump in. The Jewish circular economy. Let me explain to you how this works. So there's a few core businesses that Jewish people are involved in. Let me first explain to you what type of businesses we go into. So one is, it's a business that has to make a lot of money. To be Jewish, it's expensive. I myself, thank God, have 5 kids, and hopefully I'll have more than 5 more. It's expensive to be a Jew, and we need to make a lot of money. So that's number 1. Whatever business we go into has to be lucrative. Number 2, it has to be moral. It is very rare, if ever, actually I can almost guarantee this, you will never find an Orthodox Jewish man in the strip club business. Yes, it makes a lot of money, but it is not a moral business. Let's talk about some businesses that do make a lot of money and are moral. So let's just talk about like real estate, for example, okay? Let's call real estate one of the core businesses. So here's the circular economy explained. So a Jewish man gets a real estate deal. Let's call it 200 units in the Bronx, okay, somewhere, right? And he buys the deal. First of all, the deal most likely is probably coming from a Jewish broker or one of his other Jewish friends in the real estate business. So once he secures that deal, he needs to go finance that deal. So who's the first logical person for him to pick up the phone to? A Jewish friend that is in finance, right? There's Jewish people that own banks, there's Jewish mortgage brokers, there's Jewish lenders out there. He's going to pick up the phone and he's going to call his buddy that he sees in synagogue every day because his buddy knows that he's a good guy, he trusts him, and he knows that if spit hits the fan, he knows exactly where he sits, exactly where his house is, exactly who to talk to make sure he could get through to him. So Jewish businessman is going to buy the piece of real estate. He's going to want to finance it with one of his Jewish buddies, and now he's going to have to service that piece of real estate, right? There's snow removal, there's cleaning supplies, there's construction that's going to need to be done. All of those, he's going to try to hire Jewish people and Jewish companies in order to try to fulfill this. And I'm going to explain to you all why. It's going to make sense to you, like I said, by the end, but you got to stick to the end. So now he's hired his buddies to do the construction, like I said, to do the remodeling, to do the construction supplies. Whatever it is, he's going to try to hire Jewish. And now those companies, so for example, like as I mentioned, the construction company, right? That construction company also needs services. The construction company needs accounting, it needs advertising, it needs office space, it needs all types of ancillary services. So even the supporting, the direct services to the real estate, the supporting service, right? The construction company, we're just using one of them for example, he's going to try to hire Jewish people to do his indirect services. He's going to hire a Jewish business accountant. He's going to try to hire a Jewish lawyer. He's going to try to rent his office space from his buddy Shlomo, who owns the office building right next to his synagogue. You see what I mean? He's going to try to give that business to those people. And by the way, all the while, all of these people all along the way, guess what they're all doing? Circular economy. They're taking tithes, they're taking at least 10% of their earnings, of their profits, and they're pushing it down to charity. So that means, and by the way, their own charities, their own synagogues, their own schools, their own food banks, their own disability centers. Why? Because they want to create this circular economy. Now let me tell you why. You might be watching it this far, you might say to yourself, how is it fair? Why is it okay that they can do this, that we can do this? First of all, not only is it okay, but you're going to understand why and how you could apply this to yourself and your community going forward. So let me give you some reasons why a circular economy is good for you. So number one is, this is probably the biggest one, trust. Everybody in this circle, okay? If he has a problem with, let's say the real estate guy has a problem with the company that's supplying to him his supplies, his cleaning supplies for his building, and he has a dispute, right? So he ordered $10,000 worth of garbage bags. The garbage bags turned up faulty. Now they have a problem. So he knows, the real estate operator knows, that if he has a problem with any of the people that he's doing business with, because they are Jewish, they have common friends, they have common rabbis, they have common associates, and they will be embarrassed to screw each other. They won't mess each other up, because they go to synagogue with each other. They go to school, their kids go to school with each other, right? So they're going to be very careful in order to treat each other with respect and dignity. So trust is the number one thing. Here's another thing. They think the same. okay? A lot of times, you know, I'll get on the phone with people from different cultures. I remember when I was the vice president of my college, and I remember people think different. We had somebody who represented the LGBT community. We had somebody who represented the African American community. We had somebody who represented the Chinese community in the school. We had the evangelical community. All of us came to the table. We were trying to make policies, and I remember we all thought very different. We all had different priorities. So they're creating this circular economy. Why? Because they think the same. And then number 3 is because they're a big family. We are a big family. Right? So it makes sense that you should want to see the people around you succeed. It makes sense that you should want to give the business to your brother, to your neighbor, to your cousin, to your uncle. Why? Because we are taught in Judaism, and I see a lot of communities, they don't understand this, and they have to get better at this. We want to see each other succeed. We want to see each other grow because we understand. Check this out, and it's all going to start to make sense, right? I told you to watch to the end. We understand that if we're all doing well, the excess flow of all this money gets pushed down back into the community charities. So when my neighbor, my Jewish neighbor does well, and he's making a lot of money, and he now is going to donate that money to my kid's school, right? Let's say that's one of his charities, right? He's going to donate that money to my kid's school. That's good for me. My kid's going to have new whiteboards, new blackboards. He's going to have new equipment, new gyms, new whatever it is. So I want to push money, and I want to push business towards people in my economy, in my community. Why? Because my community directly benefits, and when my community is doing good, I benefit from that doing good. So this is not unique, by the way, to the Jewish community. I don't care what sect you're from, I don't care what religion, what race, everybody could establish this circular community. I hope this brought you value. If it did, if you made it to this point, you're awesome. I love you. Smash that subscribe button, leave a like, hit a comment.
God we test.
I love you dearly.
Hey.
Thank you for being.
Oh, I didn't have biscotti. Well, the biscotti was shared with me today. I enjoyed that. I did. So, hey, I like that guy. I'll say, yeah, maybe groups of people should be allowed to think that way, if they choose, as long as they're not gonna keep anybody else from talking about it. Isn't that the deal? But yeah, these are differences, I guess we might notice. That some groups can do that. I don't know. Say, have the chutzpah. And then have the chutzpah to prevent other groups if they might choose to do so. And certainly, you know, we're not talking about all members of a group. I mean, I think you know what I'm getting at. You know, a group like the ADL doesn't necessarily represent a larger group. And, you know, where are they coming from? Where are they getting the power they have to knock around other people? I'm going to get off this topic because I just don't know how articulate I can be, and haven't thought so deeply into it, but we check those things out. We're getting through this list. Actually, I think we can do it We'll play some excerpts of a few other things from the show card. But I agree, death to tyrants. Not at other people's expense, which I'm sure some people do. I wouldn't assume. I just want to make sure we're not assuming that that's like the modus operandi of all members of a group. And I'm not trying to cover my ass. I think I'm trying to speak logically and fairly. But all right, let's play some Alex Jones. Because we'll move to a safer topic. InfoWars is the real X-Files. Let's see what this is all about, shall we?
How's that for a real X-Files for you, boys and girls? An Alex Jones character, based on Alex Jones. I had Lionel Chetwin, who was the right-wing leader of the President Bush's Film Commission, walk into a bathroom, changing room I was in, going on The Conspiracy Zone, a show that was on television, I don't know, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and he walks in L.A., into the bathroom, and he says, "You're Alex Jones." And it was like a gangster in a movie. While I'm at the urinal, he stands there looking at me, intimidating, looking at him. I don't care. Okay, I keep going. Yeah. Because I went out and debated him right after that, tore him up. I'm trying to find that. It's somewhere online. And he goes, "We're going to kill you." And did this thing on his teeth. And I said, "Really?" And one of the aides comes walking in, wanting to get us out there. I go, "You're going to kill me. Why'd you say that?" Because I'm already thinking, I'm going to say he just threatened to kill me. But he thinks we're alone. He'll threaten to sue me. Instantly, boom. I go, "Why'd you threaten to kill me?" He looks at the person. He goes, "Oh, I was just joking." I go on air, say he threatened to kill me. His lawyers call, send letters. I send a letter back going, "I've got the witness that he said it. Go ahead and sue." The head of the President's Commission walked into a bathroom and said, "We're going to kill you." And he works for the President of the United States. How's that for a real X-Files for you, boys and girls? If we seduce, and seduce is connected to the 7 deadly sins and has a bad connotation, but I don't know a better term for it. If we sell the cultural intelligentsia, the artist, the writers, the poets, the filmmakers, the cinematographers, the sports icons, the actors, the people that lead the fake world, the fake strata, the fake haze that we're not supposed to rise up above and see the elites building their Elysium up on the mountaintop, their golden fields of advanced technology, life extension. I'm about rising above that cloud, rising above the haze. But what is Hollywood? What is the fake culture? It is that artificial haze put there to obstruct what's above it. And they tell the elites in Hollywood, they tell the big directors, they tell the big producers, play ball and you'll be part of the future. But then when they get deeper into it, it's so horrific, most of them run to rural areas of Europe or to New Zealand or to the Appalachians or to the Ozarks because it's so scary. And I've met with and talked to a lot of those people off record, and they tell me almost everyone they talk to in Hollywood, I've been telling this about 3-4 years, is awake and doesn't want to be liberal, doesn't want to be conservative, wants to be libertarian, wants to be 1776, wants private property and freedom and family back, and they're liberal, and if you want to be gay or you want to have an abortion, whatever, they're still liberal in that sense, but they know vaccines are dangerous. They've seen it for themselves. They know there's a global government. They know the CIA tries to make them write scripts a certain way. They know there's secret blacklist. They know people get intimidated, and they're tired of it, and they want to not have to be cogs in the machine. And if this last strata collapses, because the average person in Hollywood or the average person in media is not evil. They're compartmentalized, they're scared, they're trying to go along with the system with whatever cues or whatever signals they get that will make them be elevated. But as they go further down this road, they see the tyranny, they see how naked it is, they see how I and many others broke down exactly what was happening 20 years ago, and now it's all admitted, and they hear me saying what the next phase is, and they see the next phase beginning to be implemented, and they realize, oh my gosh, this guy knows what he's talking about. We better look out. We better listen to him. And they have battles with the big producers. Battles where the White House calls people up. The one story I can tell, because it wasn't off record, and it came out in the New York Times. Call up Mark Cuban. You're going to make a film with Alex Jones? You're going to put Loose Change 2 that he produced in theaters nationwide? We're going to indict you next week for insider trading. Mark's like, I didn't insider trade. They go, we don't care, you son of a bitch. This is on the phone. We're putting you in jail. Cuban comes out and says, whoa, I'm done. Guys, I'm not putting that out. I'm sitting there listening to him talking to the other people on the speakerphone. He goes, I'm out. You know, I wanted to put out avant-garde stuff and free speech, and I don't even totally agree with your guys' views, but it's a riveting film, and I know it would make a lot of money, and I was putting it on 1,000 screens, but you know, I know it's already been downloaded 100 million times for free. I want to put this out, but I'm dumb. And then they didn't care. They still indicted him. He beat them when it came out in court. They sent emails, too, saying, we're going to indict you for your speech. That's how arrogant they were. They said, we're going to indict you for your speech. I had Lionel Chetwin, who was the right-wing leader of the President Bush's film commission, walk into a bathroom, changing room I was in, going on The Conspiracy Zone, a show that was on television, I don't know, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and he walks in L.A. into the bathroom. And he says, you're Alex Jones. And it was like a gangster in a movie. While I'm at the urinal, he stands there looking at me, intimidating. Look at him. I don't care. Okay, I keep going. Yeah. Because I went out and debated him right after that, tore him up. I'm going to try to find that. It's somewhere online. And he goes, we're going to kill you. And did this thing on his teeth. And I said, really? What do you think? One of the aides comes walking in, wanting to get us out there. Baby. I go, you're going to kill me. Why'd you say that? Because I'm already thinking, I'm going to say he just threatened to kill me, but he thinks we're alone. He'll threaten to sue me. Instantly, boom. I go, why'd you threaten to kill me? He looks at the person, he goes, oh, I was just joking. I go on air, say he threatened to kill me. His lawyers call, send letters. I send a letter back going, I've got the witness that he said it. Go ahead and sue. The head of the President's Commission walked into a bathroom and said, we're going to kill you. And he works for the President of the United States. How's that for a real X-Files for you, boys and girls? You think it intimidates me that I'm standing at a urinal and you get in my space and start looking down at what I'm doing? You think I'm that big of a wimp? I'm ashamed of something? You think I'm afraid? You think, oh my gosh, you get in my space, I'm so scared. Oh, you threatened to kill me, I'm so scared. I know what I'm doing, boys. I'm not a coward like you. I don't run in packs. I don't run in gangs. I don't run to the biggest evil thing I can find and cozy up to it because I think it's going to get me ahead in life. I do what I think's right, and I stand up for honor, period. And you can't beat ideas like that. You can cut down my flesh, but you can't cut down those ideas, no matter how many lies you put out, no matter how much you weaponize the media. And to have Chris Carter come out and say, Alex Jones isn't right wing, he's a libertarian. A lot of what he's saying's come true. I think there is a danger of a world government takeover. That's in Entertainment Weekly, folks. We're going to address this from a positive position, but also look at the other side. Go read the article. An Alex Jones character based on Alex Jones. What's that smell like? Smells like victory. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Charlie, don't surf. I love Robert Duvall. I'm digressing. it's not a power trip for me to see things like this going on because I already knew it was going on. The fact that they're saying it is a hat tip and shows that the system knows they can't cover this up anymore and they can't stop Hollywood chomping at the bit to want to come out with all this. And I know for a fact, because I was told this by members of the cast, and I'm going to get Carter on, I hope, to talk about it all. A lot of it's contractually blocked, that he didn't do a new X-Files because they wouldn't let him do these topics a decade ago. And then he did Lone Gunman to try to do these topics and still was controlled. So the only reason he's coming back with the X-Files is because they're going to let him make what he wants now. Because that's really the big secret, is that 10 years ago, shows like Lone Gunman were greatly based on this show. And it's not bragging when I told people years ago, oh, I've gone out hanging out with Mike Judge of King of the Hill, Beavis and Butthead, and so much more. Idiocracy, Extract, I mean, the Office Space. It just shows the power of what you could have done. I was on Access TV in 95, 96, and 97. And then he came on the show and said this, and then I am the composite with two other people of Hank Hill and Gribble. And people said, you liar. And then he comes on the show and says it. I'm not lying. The point is, that's the power you have. What would have happened if you would have gotten on Access Television, if you would have spoken out? And again, that's just the power of influence. All of us have power. This is not me up here tooting my horn, oh, look, the new X-Files is going to be based on me, you know, with 30 million viewers a night or whatever. It shows how culturally we're having victories, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, the system's going to try to co-opt it. See, now if I don't kind of join with this, the real knives come out. Who are you? But I'm talking about the countless millions every week that tune in for entertainment or come across something we're talking about and think, oh, this guy claims they're growing humanoids inside cows. Yeah, and I'm holding up an MIT news article about it. That's what's so frustrating, is that most of what I've been talking about for 21 years in April, is stuff that was in white papers and government documents. Now it's in the news because it's so far along. What about the rights of these creatures? Oh, well, there's no rights for unborn babies, so now there's no rights for old people. Now there's death panels. See how that works? We have a very dark force in control. We have a globalist force taking control of humanity. So, yeah, it's fun to go see a documentary about Gore Vidal and William F. Buckley, and the movie ends with a clip of Alex Jones. It's fun to get up and hear the new X-Files is based in great part around what you cover and do. But really, it's not. It was 100 times more satisfying to see top generals come out and say, our government ordered us to help create ISIS. It's horrible. We should stop it. It was way more satisfying to have Cy Hirsch come on. It was way more satisfying to have Matt Drudge in studio. It was way more satisfying to have Donald Trump on or to get an interview with Louis Farrakhan. Because that's the real world, folks. We're fighting against stuff that's world-ending. This TV stuff is fantasy land. That's a reflection that we're doing a good job in the real world informing people that the fantasy land is now being influenced by what we do, and more reality is being brought to it.
All righty. A fascinating character, that Mr. Jones. InfoWars. Things to contemplate. B1 says there's a part of Annie Jacobson's book where she talks about meeting with inside sources high up the intel chain with none other than Chris Carter present. I'd be interested to read that book. That should be on a list of books. I need to get into some more reading. I mean, don't we all? since we're playing with the soundboard.
What's he waiting for?
Got any favorites? Let me know. Oh, but I did find this, and no disrespect to that material from InfoWars, but I just found a Alex Jones soundboard on the web that you can access via that link I just dropped in the YouTube chat. And if you're listening on Odyssey, I'll have left it over there. Page 440 of the Pentagon's Brain is where Chris Carter is brought up. Right on. Yeah, gotcha, B1. He says, Chris Carter's productions have been fueled by inside sources for a long time. So, I guess you could take that one way or the other. Take it any way you wish. We have inside sources trying to drop clues, or inside sources trying to influence the Psy war out there. All right. What could we explore on the Alex Jones soundboard? I'm going to have to figure out how to record all these.
Scanning. Control. Manipulate scientific data. Take over. Blast. Control. World government. Shut down infrastructure. Ship everything to China. Just look at this person.
There's your Alex Jones ASMR. We've got multiple screams. There's a yell.
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
Whoa.
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
Oh, we already heard that.
Boobies aren't things that give you milk. Boobies are things that kill you.
Well, I suppose that's true in a certain sense. I mean, son, these tits are... Son, these tits are temporary. Fighting the globalists is forever. Something like that. I know you've seen the meme. You know what I'm talking about. Don't look at me like that. Let me try it again. Son, these tits are... Son, these tits are temporary. Yeah, I'm not an impressionist. Fighting the globalists is forever. It's eternal. Son, these tits are temporary. I don't know what I'm doing. Search. I use pre-search. La grosse patate. Pre-search Alex Jones soundbites. And I found my way there. All right. Back to the comedian in his garage. Talking about the unvaxxed, horrible drivers out there.
If you haven't hated the unvaxxed enough, they have a new reason for you to hate them. They came up with another reason. Even though someone being unvaccinated has nothing to do with you and your disease, if someone else gets vaccinated, it doesn't do anything for you. If you get vaccinated, according to the YouTube scientists, it will slow the spread and contraction, and will keep you from getting seriously ill, hospitalized, or death. That's what the YouTube scientists say.
I've had 4 boosters. I never felt better. I'm going for a 5th one after this. This headline, by the way, this is a good one that I ran by Kyle Dunnigan. I make them shows with because he doesn't follow this. And I had no idea what this meant when I saw this. Okay. And I asked him and he guessed it. It was actually scary to me that he guessed it.
So the headline is people who skip their COVID vaccine are at a higher risk of traffic accidents, according to a new study. I knew exactly what this was when I saw it. They're going to try to say that the people who are unvaccinated get in more car accidents than people who are vaccinated. And I suspected why they were going to say it too. And it's exactly what they say. Okay. Note that the story is being presented by CVS Health, which has no vested interest in people getting vaccines.
Presented by CVS Health. Oh my God! So it's just an ad? Okay.
No, they're advertising on this news story.
Oh, I see.
During the summer of 2021, Canadian researchers. Well, it does say presented by.
Right.
So I think it's a little bit more than just a regular. During the summer of 2021, Canadian researchers examined the encrypted government-held records of more than 11 million adults, 16% of whom hadn't received their COVID vaccine.
Wait.
What does that mean?
Encrypted government-held records.
Right? I don't know what that means. Encrypted government-held records.
I don't know what that means.
They found that the unvaccinated people were 72% more likely to be involved in a severe traffic crash in which at least one person was transported to the hospital than those who were vaccinated. That's similar to the increased risk of car crashes for people with sleep apnea, though only about half that of the people who abuse alcohol, researchers found. So they're worse than drunk drivers. The unvaccinated, they're horrible. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying that. The excess risk of car crash posed by the unvaccinated drivers exceeds the safety gains from modern automobile engineering advances and also imposes risks on other road users. See, they're not unvaccinated people. They're not only threatening you in your regular life, they're threatening you driving around. They're a threat to you everywhere.
I missed that this was done in Canada, and it's starting to make more sense to me how some horrific thing like this could even be an idea. It's because it was in Canada.
It's just like they say, hey, marijuana is legal now. They're going to be way more car crashes, and then they actually do this studies, and there's less. And but then the beer company funds a study that says there's more.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me that the gains we made from legalizing marijuana have been taken away by the unvaxxed.
Probably. Of course, skipping a COVID vaccine does not mean that someone will get into a car crash. Really? Thanks for fucking pointing that out. Instead, the authors theorize that people who resist public health recommendations might also neglect basic road safety guidelines.
That's what Kyle guessed. And how he said it, he goes, because they don't follow rules.
That's what I guessed.
He goes, they don't follow laws. I'm like, it wasn't a law to get vaccinated, dude. That was a, what do you mean don't follow laws? But people are conditioned to be obeyers, It's amazing.
Rich people in Porsches never break traffic laws. I've never seen someone driving a Porsche or a Ferrari or a BMW or a Mercedes. I've never seen those people speeding. Have you?
I've never even seen them misbehaving in any
way.
Form.
Rich people don't misbehave. Why would they ignore the rules of the road? Distrust of the government, a belief in freedom, misconceptions of daily risk, faith in natural protections, antipathy toward regulation, poverty. There it is. That's what I mean. Poverty. Not richness doesn't make you want to. So again, that's what I'm saying. People in BMWs and Porsches and Mercedes and Ferraris, they never break traffic rules because they're rich. According to this, it's only poverty. Right. Doesn't say wealth. Distrust of government makes you ignore rules. A belief in freedom. So you don't have a belief in freedom?
I never met these people that said I believe in freedom and that's why I don't obey traffic lights.
Right.
I
don't know who. So these people who. So the opposite of this would be good. Then you trust government and you don't believe in freedom. Is that what you're saying? Is that a better person? Someone who trusts government and doesn't believe in freedom.
Well, that's the Canadian aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like that's when distrust of government is like a real American. That's really great. Yeah. But this probably to screw you on insurance, I bet. The long.
Look at this. Misconceptions of daily risks. You mean like the misconceptions of my risk from the COVID virus? Because, when they did those studies, Democrats in America thought that you had a 50% risk of going to the hospital if you got COVID. That is a misconception of your daily risk. When your risk of hospitalization was actually under 1%. So it turns out this is unbelievable bullshit.
A bunch of these seem like poverty too, by the way. The misconception of daily risk. That sounds like a misconception of what you're looking at, which is people that got nothing to lose. And then faith in natural protect. This all sounds like poor people stuff, all of it.
Antipathy towards regulation, poverty, misinformation, a lack of resources.
What, poverty again?
So get poverty again. So if you're poor twice, if you're poor and you have a lack of resources, you're going to ignore the rules. But not if you're rich. Not if you're rich and college educated, because all those guys on Wall Street are all fucking criminals. That's weird. And personal beliefs are potential reasons for proposed by the authors. The findings are significant enough that primary care doctors should consider counseling unvaccinated patients on traffic safety. This is real. They wrote this. That's real. That's a real thing. That's happening right now in your culture. Someone wrote that in a major magazine.
I mean, even for a Canadian nonsense story, they're pushing it a little bit.
And insurance companies might base changes to insurance policies on vaccination data.
That's what that is. That's what that is. And then they'll use the tracking of all your stuff and well, you had a hamburger today too, and you did
I thought the unvaccinated were all supposed to die of fucking COVID.
No, they're still out there.
They're still out there, though,
cluttering up the roads with their freedom driving.
The findings suggest that unvaccinated adults need to be careful indoors and other people in and outside with surrounding traffic. Can you believe this? Whoever authored this is a mental case who needs a team of psychiatrists working around the clock.
This is
but this is considered normal now.
I remember when years ago, and some idiot was pushing these studies on me that I did read. I had to pay for them, and it was all about how disparagement humor leads to it was crazy. It was just as big a stretch as this. Neil Brennan never came out. He interviewed the guy from Madison, Wisconsin, of course, that did the study. You immediately see the guy's I'm going to be generous and say it's just Asperger's, and how he thinks. And so it's some nerd like that has the prearranged destination they want to get to. And they're doing what we did in Bible school to come to this is the exact same thing.
This isn't the first time that researchers have examined the link between behavior and vaccination status among young adults. Does the unvaxxed, do they have stronger hearts? I wonder. Was that a correlation? I don't know. I'm just throwing spitballing. Among young adults, a 2021 study published in the Journal of Bioeconomics found a correlation between self-reported risky driving and having skipped their flu vaccine. Are you out of
bioeconomics?
Are you out of your fucking minds?
I like that, though. That's what we have instead of medicine now is bioeconomics.
Yes. It examined the survey responses of more than 100,000 Canadians.
The Journal of Bioeconomics. I'll bet you anything that's a trade publication to come up with crap like this to get stuff pushed through.
So the next time I drive past a car accident, I'm going to lean out the window and go, "Hey, you better get vaxxed, asshole."
Next time, well, there's going to be a lot more accidents now that healthy people are just dropping dead, apparently from climate change.
Climate change.
It affects the heart.
Certainly does. Wow. So these people, again, it's you understand that Hitler didn't have that hard of a time getting people to go along with him. Because that's what this is.
Having skipped their flu vaccine.
The flu vaccine and the COVID-19 vaccine, totally different vaccines.
And it turns out you suck at driving both ways.
Yeah. The flu vaccine, I'm going to guess, has decades of long-term studies.
Well, I've had so many boosters personally, I could probably safely drunk drive if I wanted to. I don't have a car, but I'm boosted all up to the gills. I do how many drinks I had? I have a booster for each third drink.
Hey, we're doing...
Alrighty then. Comedians calling out bullshit studies. I don't know what to add to that. So I won't try, but we do have some other stuff not breaking, but shared with us from folks like you. Megavente shared something, so we're going to jump back a little bit into a little more Alex Jones InfoWars territory and check out 2016 X-Files predicted government vaccine that erases human immune system. Oh my.
And that's what this is. And Chris Carter would agree that that's what's going on. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's willingly part of it, but he understands the mechanism and is presenting it to you and really warning you. He said, I think Alex Jones is a good guy. I don't think he's a racist. I think he's a libertarian. I think a lot of what he said has come true. He said that in the newspapers in 2016. So it's up to you to decide or not, but here's a few minutes from the 2016 My Struggle, Mein Kampf in German, part 2. Here it is.
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Just hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying,
by the way, hit pause. Start this over from the beginning. In this episode, the internet lunatic they're talking about is me. And Chris Carter says that. So it's a talk show host, with our set, everything saying this. Maybe a little bit skinnier, better looking guy, but start the clip over.
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Just hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
Unless we gave them that ability.
You say they're tampering with our DNA, that they're able to shut down our immune systems by the addition of something to our DNA.
Yes, but I don't know how exactly.
Or how it's being triggered.
I don't know that either.
Or why it's happening now. What can we possibly do?
We need to act quickly.
You were right about that.
Well, I was wrong about the science. I was wrong about what's causing it. Dead wrong, in fact.
But it's clearly a widespread failure of our immune systems.
Through gene tampering. A virus within a virus that was put there through the smallpox vaccine. It's what these men are calling the Spartan virus.
We have to figure this out. What's wrong with the science?
Okay. The Spartan virus removes the adenosine deaminase gene from your DNA. Removes the ADA gene and your immune system will simply vanish.
Yeah, but I'm not getting sick.
It's only a matter of time.
Okay. So how does it work? How does the virus remove the ADA gene?
A process called
CRISPR-Cas9. RNA and a protein cutting genes at exact locations.
Exactly. But in this instance, used as a weapon.
The ultimate weapon. The ability to depopulate the planet. To kill everyone but the chosen.
By tampering with their DNA.
Through gene editing.
Why do such a thing and lie about it? Our own government.
Your own government lies as a matter of course, as a matter of policy. The Tuskegee experiments on black men in the 30s, Henrietta Lacks.
What are they trying to do?
That's the missing piece.
But it's not hard to imagine a government hiding, hoarding technology for 70 years at the expense of human life and the future of the planet. Driven not only by corporate greed, but a darker objective.
The takeover of America.
And then the world itself, by any means necessary, however violent, or cruel, or efficient. By severe drought, brought on by weather wars, conducted secretly using aerial contaminants and high-altitude electromagnetic waves. In a state of perpetual war, to create problem, reaction, solution scenarios to distract, enrage, and enslave American citizens at home. With tools like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, which abridge the Constitution in the name of national security. The militarization of police forces in cities across the U.S., the building of prison camps by the Federal Emergency Management Agency with no stated purpose, the corporate takeover of food and agriculture, pharmaceuticals and healthcare, even the military in clandestine agendas to fatten, dull, sicken, and control a populace already consumed by consumerism.
And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
A government that taps your phone, collects your data, and monitors your whereabouts with impunity. A government preparing to use that data against you when it strikes. And the final takeover begins.
The takeover of America.
By a well-oiled and well-armed multinational group of elites that will cull, kill, and subjugate.
Happening as we sit here.
It's happening all around us.
The other shoe waiting to drop.
It'll probably start on a Friday. The banks will announce a security action necessitating their computers to go offline all weekend.
Digital money will disappear.
They can just steal your money?
Followed by the detonation of strategic electromagnetic pulse bombs to knock out major grids.
What will seem like an attack on America by terrorists or Russia.
An invasion of the U.S.
The Russians tried it in 47.
The Russians? Yeah, it was the Russians. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist. You're listening to DEF CON radio in the background. I should give them some money at some point. Well, that's interesting stuff. I won't go into the details. Predictive programming, seeding certain things in the consciousness. Who knows? Well, I wanted to bring your attention to an interesting artifact that was sent to me from rael.org. RAEL.org. Let's look at the homepage. Extraterrestrials created all life on Earth. The Raelian movement, intelligent design for atheists. Whoa. Look at that. They got old. They've got tits right out there on there. I mean, these guys look like fun, huh? Look at that. Cool. Sign me up. Look at that. They've got reading material. The last prophet, Rael. Maitreya Rael is the last messenger sent by our extraterrestrial creators, the Elohim. Like Moses, Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad, the last prophet, Rael was asked to make Elohim's final message to humanity known to everyone on Earth. Elohim. What was that? Elohim. Help me out here. Related to the Oklahoma City bombing. Drop your thoughts in the chat. But while we're on this website, rael.org. Look at this. Elon Musk, number 97. On April 27th, 2022, following Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter. Was it really that long ago? I thought, man, I guess so. It's been a good 8 months. Maitreya Rael named him an honorary guide of the Raelian movement for his unwavering support for freedom of speech. Thank goodness. Now, it's ironic that, let's see, who else is on here? Madonna, number one with a bullet, Madonna. Bill Gates. Nicholas Negroponte. This is quite a collection of people. Sean Penn. Jimmy Carter. Noam Chomsky. George Soros. Julian Assange. These guys are claiming Chelsea Manning. This is fascinating. Edward Snowden. Matt Damon. I mean, don't you want to be a part of this? Oliver Stone and Roger Waters. I mean, so. And Didier Raoult. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So obviously I imagine not all of these members know that they are honorary members. That's the hunch that I have, but isn't it ironic? Let's see. Can we bring up Ye's last tweet? Well, that was close to it. Yay, Raelian. Well, there you go. That's so. What is going on? This is weirdness. Weirdness. Ye knew that Elon was on their website. No, I don't know. It's just craziness, noise. Maybe some clues. But speaking of Twitter, I want to check out some of this video. The stream's getting long in the tooth, so we're gonna visit a couple more videos, portions of videos, a short one, and then some music, and we'll get out of here. You're listening to the Leftover Stream. Hope y'all are well out there. It's staying warm. Let's check out Jason Burmis talking about Tucker Carlson. Let's get into it.
We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. We think too much. More than machinery, we need humanity.
We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. As if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy.
Silence! The great and powerful Oz knows why you have come.
You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it! My life has value. You have meddled with the primal forces of nature.
Don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts.
And now,
Reality Rants with Jason Burmis.
And who loves you? And who do you love?
Good morning, everybody. I am Jason Burmis. This is Reality Rants. It is presented by Red Voice Media. We are live Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And you can catch the second hour video format only at redvoicemedia.com/uncensored/Jason. Give it a go, or join us on Podbean for the rest of the broadcast in audio format. A lot to talk about today. The lead story is Tucker Carlson and him finally, in my opinion, giving some discernment as to the Twitter files that is beyond this mockingbird mainstream narrative that Elon Muskernuts is either a villain because he's empowering disinformation and white supremacy, that false narrative, or the other false narrative that he is a knight in shining armor for free speech, when he himself has talked about freedom of speech versus freedom of reach, will openly have censorship algorithms, and what's most important is really only presenting a limited amount of information to the public. Now, to his credit, apparently, but again, I'm going to call out Taibbi on this one too. Matt Taibbi recently did an interview with Russell Brand about his interaction with Elon Musk and these Twitter files, etc. And in it, he said that Elon said he could write whatever he wanted. Well, if that's the case, Matt, I would really appreciate it if we get some of the source documentation, scans of them, especially on who and how many were on this list. Now, the real question is, how long ago did this type of moderation and integration with the Defense Department, fusion centers, the DOJ, etc. start? I would say from the inception to some level. Now, let me say this. Obviously, when you have platforms like that, and you have people that will post illegal and grotesque material that has no place anywhere except for in an evidence locker room as they try to convict the people that are sharing that or doing that. Let's just leave it there. You're going to have to interact with law enforcement, period. But it's almost as if here on this show, they always say it on InfoWars, tomorrow's news today. A lot of what we talk about eventually does become mainstream. And although the story of ex-intelligence officers hasn't gone mainstream yet, Tucker finally talked about that too. Remember the other day we listed off all these intelligence officers off that Twitter thread that worked there? Well, he did pretty much the same thing in one of his monologues last night. It was later in the episode. I almost wish that he had opened with it. I would feel a larger audience there, more impact there. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. So that's kind of the lead story today. I'm going to throw in some more credit. I mean, you'll see it when we do it. He also brought up the chemical attacks in Syria and evidence on that. And to his credit, we discussed WikiLeaks. And once again, WikiLeaks was such a threat because here you had people posting the source material. In other words, just base journalism. This is what we have. This is where it's from. Go. And then the mainstream media has a conundrum because, of course, there are certain aspects of all these drops that they want to ignore in unison, which they do. But when too many people start getting involved on the internet and interacting with one another, it's changing the narrative cycle anyway. And in one respect, it's taking people who were very much people who followed the narrative in 90% plus of the cases. When you look at, for instance, 2016 and that election, and 2015 and the run-up of it. All right, when it really got down and dirty with those DNC emails, and they hated this. They hated this. When WikiLeaks added fuel to the fire and said, look for signs of human trafficking, oh, they didn't like that. They didn't, listen, John Podesta, Hillary Clinton, they don't like any of it. But when they threw that out there, and then all of a sudden, you have some very, very shifty things being done and said, it explodes on the internet. And then you got to kind of infiltrate it Cass Sunstein style and sprinkle in other false narratives that are seemingly over the top but believable because so much of this information is over the top. Okay? So that's why they hate WikiLeaks. They also hate any type of social media platform that's outside of their control. That's why I have also today clips from really around the launch of Android. We're talking about almost 15 years ago. At a speech by Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, and then the parent company Alphabet, Bilderberg's steering member, talking about the vision of a new world order then. Okay? And basically, there's so much techno-fascistic indoctrination just using slightly different language that we're accustomed to today. It has to be looked at. And he actually names off social media. He says they're here to stay. The only one that went by the wayside was one called MySpace. And it is always curious to me how quickly MySpace just got dominated by Facebook when I felt it had a far superior product, and many other people did as well. Usually, at least what I was accustomed to as a young man, it was okay to have a dueling platform of just about anything, right? There was Burger King, there was McDonald's. Those are the big two, Pepsi and Coke. But Facebook and MySpace didn't last long. And you have to wonder if Facebook from its inception had signed on to be a Trojan horse civilian system of the state and an outright intelligence gathering tool, whereas MySpace possibly resisted the idea of that type of control and infiltration. I don't know. I'm rolling the dice on that one. But it would certainly make sense because we know how heavily embedded the Justice Department, the National Security Agency, the military-industrial complex in general, is in social media and in Twitter. Embedded. And that's another great thing about this Tucker Carlson piece that we're going to play, is that he makes that point. Was it set up as an intelligence gathering tool? You know, Tuck, it's time for you to learn the terminology that they use. Because, you know, I wouldn't call it a Trojan horse civilian systems if that wasn't their own name for these things. Okay? Their own name for these operations amidst information, internet, and psychological warfare. I'd probably have some different terminology for it. Tuck. So we're going to get there in a minute. I want you to thumbs this up, subscribe, and share if you're watching on YouTube. By the way, shout out to everybody that makes the Burmese Brigade possible, from people like Tom Dedamore, who are tipping over at Rockfin, and many others, to people like Scott Bailey, who are moderating right now at YouTube. We really do appreciate it. I appreciate it. BitChute. Been around for a long time. I remember years ago, I did an interview with them when they were doing featured spotlights on creators. We're posting over there as well. I think it's another good alternative. I'm not sure if they brought live streaming to the game yet, but I think it's something that's in the works. Going to be hard to be in the works when banks won't give them their money. You see how this works? They tell you to build your own thing, and then they shut you out through privatized banks and organizations. payment processors, etc. And this is now becoming the norm. This is what the social credit score is and always was. Play ball, or we'll just reach out to these companies who have free speech and they'll ban you because you've obstructed their terms of service. You said you liked Cool Ranch Doritos when everybody knows nacho cheese is better. That's how absurd it could get. Because so much of this is an exercise in humiliation and for you just to be subservient to a certain narrative. So this hasn't gotten enough play. They reached out to me. All they want is their cash, and it is HSBC UK that is withholding this from them. Give BitChute its money. And I shouldn't have to get a warning on other social media sites or anywhere else when I click on a BitChute link that it could possibly be harmful to me. You can't watch snuff films on BitChute, okay? As far as I know, they don't condone hardcore pornography or anything. That gets moderated and taken out when people dare do it. And yet it's kind of ignored when it happens on YouTube. Because it happens on all these social media sites. People put up some real demonry, okay? I don't get a warning for YouTube because they're part of the narrative control. They're part of the system. They have the military-industrial complex contracts with NASA. They're achieving quantum supremacy and building AI with NASA. All right? So many people love that acronym, not a space agency. And look, NASA does a lot of stuff in space. And I think space is a varying thing. Obviously, when you get outside of our atmosphere, gravitational pull, etc., I don't think it's just an eternal vacuum. There's a lot going on. But they've weaponized space. That's a real thing. That's a thing that NASA's very much a part of. But then it's also into cybernetics, artificial intelligence, biomimetics, transhumanism in general, and many other things. And they put on this face, this narrative, we're going to the moon! Yeah, I have my new NASA hat. I'm going to save it for a really juicy NASA story. But Orion is back. Orion is back. Just so everybody knows, they did it. And you got to love NASA's commitment to acting like they're so lowbrow. I've had so many people comment about this document saying that the NASA logo is all blurry, Jason. It's not real. It's fake. It's fake news, Jason. Come on. It's NASA. They couldn't get this right. This is 2001. July, pre-9/11, by the way. You can see it. I'll get out of the way. It says so right here. And this little future strategic issues there. And this was made with PowerPoint. I do think that it's almost a running joke, to make them look like so innocent. NASA's so innocent. Ooh. That their website looks so old and degraded. It needs an overhaul, NASA. Eventually they'll do it, but it's just so basic. And yay, we're back. We did it. Except for there are no people in it, and we have to take your word for it. But we went back. Artemis, woo. Orion, woo. All right. I'm going to stop with my ranting and raving on NASA. We'll actually probably get back to that later because I want to talk about nanosat networks via Elon Musk, Eon propulsion systems, cube satellites, and more. So we are going to get to that later. But first, I want to play the Tuck. All right, the Tuckin's on fire yesterday. So before I do that, let me just make sure we get to the actual right spot of the Tuckins. And I believe there we are. So let's have him take it away. Go Tuckster.
Like a lot of people, we always thought that Twitter was a social media site. Then why were all these intel agents working for Twitter? A lot of them. Could it be that Twitter was actually a propaganda tool and an intelligence gathering operation for different governments?
But again, it goes beyond. See, this is another place he gets it wrong. Different governments. This is an international cartel. This is a predator class. Our military industrial complex is openly interwoven not only with NATO nations, but other allied nations as well. We have to start looking at this in a broader spectrum than nation states, Tuck.
Totally possible.
Oh,
more on that next.
So there it is. Oh, the tuck. They're doing some metal tuckings right here. They're selling Defending Freedom tuckers. He's defending freedom, apparently. And look, man, it's corny, but show me somebody better on the mainstream media. Show me somebody else who covered this story. Seriously. Even in the alternative media, I haven't heard enough people, if anybody else, other than Tucker Carlson, he's not alternative, has anybody else put it the way I've put it on the quote-unquote Twitter files, that we should be getting these files from a decade plus ago, since the inception of working with law enforcement and authorities, when starting to curb speech, when shadow banning anybody, the lists of associates, the lists of terms that have been shadow banned? Shouldn't we know that? Oh man, look at it. You can get yourself a metal tuck. The Tuckins.
Let's say you were trying to staff a social media site. Who would you hire? Well, obviously, since it's a tech business, you would hire tech people, coders, software engineers to keep the place running. Then you'd hire administrative staff because you had to, some lawyers, a caterer, a flack or two, maybe an interior decorator if you wanted HQ to look good. But how many spies would you hire?
Good question. How many spies would you hire? Well, again, you're watching this show, you know that it was quite a few, and we were just scratching the surface.
Well, probably none. Spies have nothing to do with the mission of a social media company. They would not be needed, and you wouldn't hire any opera singers either. Yet, for some reason, Twitter seemed to need an awful lot of spies. The upper ranks of Twitter, we now know, were absolutely loaded with people who once did intel work for government agencies. At least 15 of these people, and possibly many more.
And possibly many more. And the entire mainstream media, other than Fox News, all right, and obviously Newsmax and OAN, and really even within those, no one's talking about what Tucker's talking, but the entire other part of the mainstream media is just saying this is a nothing burger, that this is business as usual, that this should be going on, that there is no problem, because they're taking out all the misinformation. And if we don't do that, Anthony Fauci's in danger. What? Excuse me? That's the kind of Johnny nonsense that's out there. No one's saying, hey, by the way, look at all these ex-intel officers that are inside. Nobody.
Most of them were hired in the wake of Donald Trump's election. Now, what were these people doing all day at what was supposedly a social media company? Well, that's the question, isn't it? We know that James Baker, who came from the FBI, has been accused of secretly censoring incriminating internal files before Elon Musk could release them to the public. Baker was fired for that. So that's some of what James Baker was doing at Twitter.
But again, we still don't have the files. That's a misnomer. I want the PDF download. That's why Assange is so dangerous. That's why WikiLeaks is so dangerous. And the other thing about them is they were really good at PR. And that's another thing they don't like. They don't like when you take their tools, their Bernaysian psychological operations tools and methods, and use it against them. After all, just like technology, propaganda is really benign. You can have propaganda that is based in fact and truth and is not skewed. All right? Instead, we get propaganda all the time that is based in half or quarter truths, sometimes outright lies, painted in the perspective of virtue and benevolence. Okay? So when you look at this, WikiLeaks was always good at letting people know they were good on social media. That's another thing they don't like. That's why you can't have a level playing field on social media, because more people are interested in that type of thing. And even those that aren't are willing to take a look at it because so many people are interested. And then it brings people over to the truth. And again, they gave us the documents. I've yet to see the Muskernuts throw up a PDF file so everybody can throw up an article. That's great. You want to help out Matt Taibbi. All right. Fantastic. Or Barry Weiss. Great. Even that shows you that the Elon PR team knows what it's doing. Trying to paint him as a savior. Using, former heroes of the left. People that were on Bill Maher's Real Time all the time. Right? Always a featured guest. As the people that broke these stories. Hey, let us all break it. Give us the documents. So, Tucker, I got to correct you. We're getting little bits and pieces. There is no documentation Jason Burmis can download. And he really wants it. He's been asking for it since the beginning. By the way, almost 300 watching on YouTube. Can we get 150 thumbs up? Not just 100. Let's get it going.
But how about Charles Smith of Twitter's Trust and Safety Department? Smith joined Twitter after working at U.S. Cyber Command. Or how about Jeff Tokadjer, formerly a director of Naval Counterintelligence? What was he doing? Or Kevin Michelina, or Doug Hunt, or Mark Jaruzelski, or Douglas Turner, or Karen Walsh, Russell Handor, Vincent Lucera. All of these people once worked for the FBI as well.
How about that?
Their colleague Jeff Carlton came from the CIA. Patrick Conlon once worked at the NSA, and so on. And it wasn't just American intel officers who found a home at Twitter. The company hired foreign spies, too. In January, Peter Zatko was fired from his position as Twitter's head of security. Reportedly, Zatko lost his job because he complained about the level of control that foreign intelligence agencies had over virtually all of Twitter's operations.
And again, this is because, and it's an open secret, and Tucker knows this, from the documentation that we have gotten from WikiLeaks, combined with the documentation we've gotten via Snowden and these programs and Five Eyes and the integration of other governments, we have built up this system where it's beyond the nation state, even in a compartmentalized fashion. So much of the technology transfer over to China that's made their model now being promoted because it put them in power was given to them on purpose via establishment politicians, bureaucrats, and companies like Lockheed Martin within the military-industrial complex that has done classified work really since the inception of black sites and the idea of born classified and the executive within the executive. That's what's really going on here. But again, Tucker's the only other. I have not seen anybody else talk about this. Tuck's the one.
According to Zatko, there were operatives on Twitter's payroll from other governments, including China and India, and they had access to private user data. And those are just the details that we know about. Elon Musk was asked recently how many former FBI agents are currently employed by Twitter, but he wouldn't say.
And again, thank you, Tuck. He won't say how many people are working there that were formerly intelligence.
It's all pretty weird. Could it be that while the rest of us imagined that Twitter was a social media site, a place to vent about politics and sports and the Kardashians, could it be that Twitter was actually, maybe primarily, a propaganda tool and intelligence gathering apparatus for a variety of intel agencies? Well, yes, that's possible. And you can see why various governments would want access to the information that Twitter had. Keep in mind that Twitter's direct message DM feature functioned for many years as a kind of private text app for some of the world's most prominent people. So if you wanted to know what high government officials really thought, or if you wanted to know what well-informed sources were telling reporters off the record, you would want to see those messages.
Not to mention a plethora of other tools via honey traps, via operatives on that. But he's right. Just like any other digital communication that's out there. And I'm sorry, guys. Don't think that your signal is protecting you. Anything you put out into the digital ether can be gotten a hold of, is essentially forever when you're talking about these agencies. That doesn't mean that they're, run by omnipotent gods and that they're able to get anything and everything like that. But it means that relatively easily they can get metadata like that if they're requesting it. And then if they want to dig even deeper into archives and do a little dicka-dicka-do cyber style, some real investigation, they can get things you can't even imagine that you wouldn't remember. I mean,
I need John Brennan on the no, was it John Brennan? Excuse me. Was it Pompeo? One of those guys? We kill people with metadata?
At the level now where, whether you like it or not, they're creating mind files on people. Okay? It's not even in the discussion to the predator class as to whether you have privacy or not. We play a lot of Bushnell clips in here. I don't play the one enough where he talks about a global brain, how that established global brain has really become Google, and that it's going to be listening to all the phone calls and reading all the emails all the time in real time based in its algorithm.
Excuse me, General Mike Hayden. We kill people based on metadata. The former NSA agency, National Security Agency chief, General Mike Hayden.
So when he says this, that its primary function could be a tool of intel, all right, this is a Trojan horse civilian system.
Did Twitter executives ever share those DMs, those private messages, with anyone outside the company without a warrant? We strongly suspect that they did. The proof, of course, resides on Twitter's servers, along with a lot else. Think about it. If Twitter has been functioning as an arm of government intel agencies, and clearly it has been, then its internal documents will contain information about all kinds of things. Not just about the silencing of Donald Trump. Not just about Tony Fauci's buffoonish lies about the COVID shot. No. Information about big history-shaping events. The sabotage of Nord Stream 2, for example. The supposed poison gas attacks in Syria. Both of...
Think about that. And we're going to play the clip where James Mattis gets asked about that. Remember, WikiLeaks, again, the OPCW documents. And this is, I'm going to bring it back, because this is where I'm probably the proudest of Tucker. Because he's right. That within these DMs, you're getting some of the private thoughts of establishment power types. Because just like I do and many others do, they use that DM feature to reach out to others that they don't necessarily have an email for, or they do have an email for, but they want, people check that more than that on the magic box, right? Or they don't have their phone number, et cetera, et cetera. So that DM feature is rife with intel.
COVID shot. No. Information about big history-shaping events. The sabotage of Nord Stream 2, for example. The supposed poison gas attacks in Syria, both of them. The imprisonment of Julian Assange. Why is he there? The theft of incriminating emails from the DNC. What was that story? The motive behind the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And much, much more. In other words, Elon Musk now has control of the most significant trove of secret information ever to reside in private hands. So far, we have not seen much of it, and you have to wonder why we haven't. Let's hope that we do.
And that's how he ends the segment. Let's hope that we do. Yes, Tuck, let's hope that we do. And the bottom line is, again, the question about Duma is one most Americans don't even remember Syria at this point. They don't even remember it was a conflict. Assad gassed his own people? Like, that's a sentence that maybe was embedded if they want to bring it back. But for the most part, it's not even on the radar. Okay? They sure don't know about Timber Sycamore, Operation Timber Sycamore. That was the Central Intelligence Agency getting involved with that conflict from the get-go so they could bring in NATO and the UN and the white helmets.
Thanks so much for joining us, and thanks for your service.
What do you... All right, I'm going to pause it there. But definitely go check out the rest of that video from the Rockfin, Jason Burmis. We're getting through this. Getting the fridge cleaned out, as it were. So that is the primary purpose of this stream. Is to get a little extra out there from the Grand Theft world. The Grand Theft World show card from the previous night. We had a nice meta Inception. Meta Inception. Now Yona's going to play a clip of that, and then I'll play a clip of Yona playing the clip of Jason playing the clip of Tucker. I think we can do better than that, though. We'll have to try next time. All right, then. We're going to get into some New World Next Year, 2023, from James and James. James and James, what would they be? Partners in Truth. The two Jameses, New World Next Year, 2023, coming at you as we round out 2022.
Ho, 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 and welcome back to New World Next Year 2023. I'm James Corwin of CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato from MediaMonarchy.com. Ho, 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 indeed. It feels kind of strange. It is a strange time. So we've been doing this for a while. James, you and I had to talk about this just a little bit. This is your special New World Next Year episode, the only episode of the year where we don't know what the other one's going to talk about. We basically make trend predictions for the coming year and talk about our story of this past year. So I had to go look at my notes. Corbett, you went first last year, so I'm going to go first this year. Media Monarchy's trend prediction for 2022 was vaccinations will happen. Nailed it. So I said last year, do hospitals need a $100 billion bailout to get through coronavirus pandemic? So last night, a search of the lamestream news for hospitals bankrupt. Bankrupt Pipeline Healthcare sells 2 Chicago hospitals. California hospital weighing bankruptcy. Digital pharmacy startup files for bankruptcy. Lake City Community Hospital closing. Hundreds of jobs. And of course, the other part of my trend prediction from last year, vaccinations will happen, compilation of athletes, reporters, and patients collapsing, passing out, and fainting. And I don't think I need to tell you again about all the videos of that happening. And now, Media Monarchy's 2022 story, they think they're getting amnesty after this? Again, I friggin' told you. James, I don't know if I've shared this with you, and I don't even have this in my notes. Someone made a meme of you and I when we were hanging out in Japan. I believe we were at the Irish pub. They've cropped Kodomo-san band members out, but it's you and I right next to each other, and it says, "If I told you so" was a person. I told you they'd try, again, James, I'm not trying to convince you, but I told you, they'd try and act like nothing happened. A friend told me today, my office literally had their end-of-year lunch in the same place as last year where I couldn't go because it was Vax Pass only, no mention at all as if it didn't happen. Let's declare a pandemic amnesty. Of course, the instantly infamous article from The Atlantic this year. Hey, sorry I tried to kill you and your family. We can still be friends though, right? Sorry I treated you like ish and took your job away. That's just water under the bridge, right? Sorry I tried to fire you and wouldn't let you go to bars and restaurants and churches or concerts, but you've got a short memory, right? I don't have a short memory, and for better or worse can wield a grudge like a cudgel. James have joked that if I time and space were no issue, I would go to carrot funerals like I'm Fred Phelps. God hates jabs. This is all your fault. So why, for maybe a million reasons, am I not super into amnesty? It's maybe because of this. Email from former friend on my birthday. Quote, "Hey, effer, here's a little article about how you and the idiots you associate with," that's you, James, "are destroying the world just because you're too stupid to understand how anything works. I hope you and your dumb wife are having a miserable time wherever you are." Gives me a link to a paywalled New York Times opinion piece, of course, about how Alex Jones is bad. Alex Jones and the wellness conspiracy industrial complex. I had to go to Archive to go see the article. That's where they still are, and that's where they think we are. That's what they think we do. I mean, you could kind of joke most of these cooks could probably use a little bit of super male vitality. They're still on Instagram today griping. This time it's personal. That they need to get out of this poop hole. Hey, buddy, you made Portland that way. See, there's always trying to get out of the consequences of their actions. It's gross. It gets personal things. Again, the shots didn't just break people down physically. I think there's been a moral breakdown, and that's not even on any kind of Jesus soapbox. I think bending a knee over too long a time will probably diminish people, and they're either broken like that, or maybe the worst thing is they're going to double down on this insanity. I've obviously, as people have seen, I've got a lot of anger issues to deal with over these last couple of years, but I'm going to try in 2023, like the band Ride said, to leave them all behind. James, I often joke now more and more, maybe I should microdose for my morning show. That might cheer me up a little. James, that's my 2022 in a crazed nutshell.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me back you up on that. I remember when you were saying this and talking about it, they're going to act like nothing happened. They're going to try to go back to normal. And I remember agreeing with you and seeing people, even in our own comments, saying, "Oh, what are you talking about? That's not going to happen." No, that is exactly what they are attempting to do. And the arrow through the brain moment for me in that regard this year was that Saturday Night Live sketch where they were, being uncomfortable, trying to talk around the whole vaccine issue and stuff, and you can't say this, but let's just try to ignore it. That was the moment where I'm like, oh yeah, this is now the acceptable liberal opinion of good thinking Democrats or whatever, is that we just don't talk about any of those issues and pretend that it never happened. And that's exactly what they did this year. And,
my gosh, Ukraine. Let's completely forgot about what we've done the last 2 years. Here's the thing to refocus on.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And let me bring another aspect into this, because some people will say, we have to forgiveness and all of that. But no, this isn't even about forgiveness. This isn't people coming back after they have wronged you, being sincerely contrite and sorry, I can't believe this happened and let's make sure this doesn't happen again. That's the point at which you talk about forgiveness. But no, when people just say, let's never talk about it, let's not mention it, let's just go on. No, love in this case means not allowing people to do that, because we know where this goes and we know what will happen next time this happens. The exact same thing will play out with these exact same people, and now you know who they are. So it is, I think, incumbent on all of us to draw those lines and say, no, if you sincerely are sorry about what you did, then maybe there's forgiveness on the table. But if you're just going to pretend it didn't happen, nope, absolutely not.
And again, that I guess is the big difference for me between what we all did and didn't do after 9/11. And I think with those, it was a lot maybe more personal decisions. Sure, some people are like, I'm going to go join the military and go get them people, which of course caused real damage. I think a lot of it was maybe internalized. The biggest difference for me with the pandemic was I was fine to let you believe in this or not believe in that, but now you're trying to force it on the rest of us. I kind of maybe draw the line there, as you say. So, James, let me tee you up in case you don't have your notes in front of you. Corbett Report's trend prediction for 2022 was the year of the cyber attack.
No, No, but actually, well, yes, that's what I said. I think for the first time ever, I actually went back and prepared by watching last year's episode in preparation for this episode. So, yes, I do recall. I did say the year of the cyber attacks, Cyber 9/11, Internet 2, and in my defense, I did also say I am making this specific prediction so that it won't come true, because when you make a very specific prediction, it generally won't come true. Anyway, I'm glad to say that the cyber attack, this cyber pandemic, did not happen this year. And I was talking about this recently on Revelations Radio News, episode 300. They had me on, and they were talking about that prediction for 2022 and my assessment of whether or not it came true. And there are things that you could point to from this year of cyber events that happened. I think there was some Facebook shenanigans and things that happened throughout the year. But that's not what I was predicting. The prediction was about Cyber 9/11, not like did that qualify? Maybe that was the event. No. That, whatever Cyber 9/11 is, did not happen this year. Trust me, you won't have to ask, is this Cyber 9/11 when Cyber 9/11 happens? So thankfully, yes, that prediction did not come true. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that the internet's all fine and dandy and censorship is gone and all of that. But yes, this is the problem of picking story of the year. Looking back at the craziness of the past 12 months, and any one of these stories could be, in retrospect, a few years from now, people will go, well, of course, that was the story of the year. Why didn't you see it? I mean, for example, Ukraine, who knows what could happen next year, and World War III eventuates, and everyone will say, why didn't you get that as your story of the year for 2022? Or it could be the India-China border squabble that's happening right now could eventuate into something, who knows, nuclear, whatever. Who knows how it'll go. Maybe Darth Vader riding a tricycle on a sunny day. People will look back years from now and go, that was when Skynet started. Why didn't you see it? So, it's a bit of an arbitrary decision to pick story of the year. But for me, as a Canadian, I think you know what I'm going to pick as the story of the year. The Freedom Convoy of early 2022. It was a story that had everything. It was the new hope of the Rebel Alliance against the Galactic Empire, and then the Empire strikes back, but will the Jedi return before a Disney cash grab sequel trilogy makes everyone sick of the whole story? Okay, I went too far with that analogy, but you get the idea. This was incredibly monumentally important stuff going on, and I again, detached from it by 10, 11 months now, it's hard to remember that just the depths of despair that people were in that, as you called it on last year's New World Next Year, the long, dark winter of the soul. That was what we were going through a year ago in the depths of the scamdemic, the absolute nadir, I think, of that whole time. And it affected a lot of people very personally, including Corbett Report member Arby, who ended up taking his own life in January of 2022, literally just weeks before this Freedom Convoy started to roll through Canada. He was in Canada facing the prospect of homelessness because he was not complying with mandates, losing income, and ended up taking his own life. That was, and certainly not the only person doing that at that time. It was an absolutely excruciating time of despair for so many people. And then the Freedom Convoy developed like a miracle, and people were energized, and people were coming out in mass to cheer on this convoy streaming across Canada. Yes, mandate freedom. Yes, it was on everyone's lips. An incredibly exciting, energizing time. I was hearing it from so many people back in Canada. This is incredible. It's, tiny towns, you'd get thousands of people coming out to cheer these truckers on. It was an incredible, thrilling time. So, of course, they cracked down on that in the most draconian way possible. In fact, just 2 days after I released my States of Emergency podcast about the rule by emergency is becoming the norm, a podcast that, interestingly, I'd had in the back of my mind for months and months and was, for whatever reason, compelled to put out that week. And then 2 days later, they declare the state of emergency. They invoke the Emergencies Act to deal with this problem. And that, of course, brings in the Mounties to start trampling old ladies and various police officers with their batons, breaking the ribs of Dan Dix and others, trying to clear people out. And then, of course, the whole Give, Send, Gone fiasco of the GoFundMe steal, and then the Give, Send, Gone hack, and then, of course, literally freezing people's bank accounts. I cannot state how important that is as a defining moment. It's the uncorking of the bottle on everything that is the cashless society future nightmare. And at the very least, I'm glad that they have shown 100%. There's no mask anymore. They have taken the mask off. This is the future that we are goose-stepping into, where everything will depend on whether or not the government allows something to take place. You're marching for Black Lives Matter, you're taking the knee, whatever, yay, you want to drape your rainbow flag on Terry Fox statue, awesome, great, 100%. The Prime Minister will take the knee with you, but oh my God, you protest against something we don't like, or you want mandate freedom, you are a threat to national security, and we are going to crack down on you as hard as we can. Again, I cannot stress how important this story is. It contains both sides of the scamdemic, but even beyond that, looking into the cashless society future. That is why I just released my hour-and-a-half deep dive into the Freedom Convoy Commission that just wrapped up its proceedings there in Canada just the other week. It's at corbettreport.com/Freedom Convoy if people haven't checked it out yet. It's why I will be continuing to follow this up when that report from that commission is tabled early next year. I will definitely be looking into that. I'll be continuing to follow this story, but perhaps more to the point, continuing to follow the threads of what this means about the future of the Western liberal democracies and whatever order people thought that they were living in. Well, it's 2022 going into 2023, and I think the mask has come off.
Absolutely. Those are our stories of 2022. Now we get into the prestidigitation. It's easy for me to say. Getting to our predictions for the next year. Now, these aren't generally things that say, I think this exact minutia event will take place, which would be good to try and pull off. But these are more, again, we've called them sort of trend predictions. So, again, you went first last year. I will go first this year. Media Monarchy's trend predictions for 2023. I've got, of course, a few honorable mentions here at the front with thanks to my Media Monarchy members. Here's a wild prediction. The state and their media will swing around wildly and start to turn on the degenerate mob that they've stoked into action. I've been saying, kind of wondering, there hasn't been, at least here in the States, there hasn't been a big politician get attacked like a Steve Scalise or a Gabby Giffords. I'm surprised there haven't been a much bigger kind of event, but that's also, of course, how you kind of know terrorism isn't really real, because it rarely ever hits them. It always just hits us poor people. Kitty terrorists on kitty government pay haven't been unleashed for a while. James, there was a weird thing in Portland very recently, because you're talking about making it okay to burn down buildings at certain times. The cops raided a magic mushroom place, illegally selling magic mushrooms, even though they just voted to legalize it. That only legalizes it for personal use. It doesn't say there could ever be stores. So the cops are using their time to go bust a store for people who probably could get mushrooms other ways if they wanted to. That's bad and must be stopped. Burning down half your city and ruining one of the great cities of America. No, that's cool. Other possible prediction honorable mentions. Blood clot Brandon maybe could be a great exit strategy for the clot shot shills. A final way to go, oh my gosh, we really made a mistake there. And maybe King Chuck. Maybe Brandon and King Chuck don't have a ton of time left. So James, you confirmed for me, because you apparently did more research on last year than I did. See, it's because the time change. The stupid time change gives me an hour less prep time here. So I called it on last year's, because I said when Queen Elizabeth Beast kicks the bucket. Okay, so I called the collapsing everybody's and the collapsing Queen Elizabeth. That's pretty good. That's two. When Queen Elizabeth Beast kicks the bucket, next up phase of the operation will kick in big time. Zion King William's reign will bring together the UK and the US. Half-brother Harry and cousin Meghan will get their cuties flicks assist. Nashville might get completely destroyed by floods. So those are some willy-nilly thoughts. But that last note would be great news, of course, for the current thing, lockdowners. When their thing doesn't work again, they'll blame it on us again. GMOs are going to feed the world any minute now. MAGA jabs are going to stop the coof. Oh wait, it made everything worse. And they have to invent new words and phrases to cover for their failure. UK and Western Europe in the middle of a wind drought. The dumps are filled literally and figuratively with their detritus of their failure. Wind turbines, Tesla batteries, and don't forget that symbol of utter slavery, the disposable mask, littering a street and dump near you. Blackouts will trigger people's revolts against eco-tyranny, because I can share an op-ed too. This from the Telegraph. Politicians everywhere are overreaching, having drawn an incorrect lesson from COVID, namely that we'll be willing to give up on our jobs, prosperity, and freedoms in the name of a climate emergency. The public might wear this once because of Ukraine, but it won't tolerate intermittent energy becoming the norm. The elites nudge and compel the masses to do what is good for them, safe in the knowledge that the powerful will retain their privileges, their exclusive ZIL traffic lanes, their private jets. It won't wash. The politicians have a choice. Make greenery consumer-friendly, harnessing tech to preserve the public's quality of life, or face a calamitous democratic uprising. What did we just talk about last week? The 15-minute cities thing, and how maybe normalizing that is cancerous. Back in June, we covered, and now, climate lockdowns. Climate lockdowns and your daily social credit score, and maybe just as a regular part of your daily life. Maybe it'll launch here in just a few weeks as a superb owl commercial that everybody watches. If you want to drive, make sure you have enough credits. James, they just punted again on the Real ID, saying it doesn't have to be implemented everywhere until 2025. I think that will slowly basically be morphed into the COOF climate passport. Make sure to scan that QR code. The orchestrated food crisis as well. Scrolling back through New World Next Week episodes through 2022. I didn't get to watch any of them. Just checking out some of the stories and images and impressions. Remember all the food fires throughout the beginning of this year as well. The orchestrated food crisis, I think, will tie into all of it because I think it's all connected. And at least here in the States, it's not in 2023. It's not a selection year. That means they are untethered. They are now unbound by pesky public opinion. Your Alexa friend voted to use Democrat Patriot missiles to protect actual Nazis. Pride flags on drone bombs. So too long didn't read. They're going to keep turning the sustainable screws and hope that bad people get mad so they can make an example of you and the idiots you associate with. James?
Yeah, this is something that, again, we have talked about a number of times. What's your little quip? World War III, Civil War II, DEFCON 1? I guess we have to change that in the Kanye era to what? DEFCON 3, right?
DEFCON 3, I think.
Anyway, yeah, unfortunately, right. And in fact, I think that ties in with your earlier 2022 story of the year, which is to say the breakdown in morals that have happened over the course of the scamdemic. I think there is, I mean, look, it wasn't peachy keen before, but however much civil decorum had deteriorated by 2020, imagine how much worse it is now. Imagine how much worse it will be when they start really turning the screws and causing the energy crisis and the food shortages and everything else. It's not going to be pretty. It is not going to be pretty.
I haven't made the analogy maybe here or maybe not recently. It really seems like Trump was the sort of, I don't know, the rope-a-dope. That's the term. Muhammad Ali was good at using rope-a-dope, making your enemy tire themselves out so you can knock them out with one punch. I think Trump was kind of the first plane hitting the tower and getting everybody's attention and getting all rope-a-doped, and then the pandemic was the second the second plane, that knockout punch. And it's been completely balls to the wall bonkers basically ever since then, James.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I hope your prediction is wrong, but I don't see how it will be. Anyway, all right.
What do you got?
Well, and now a happy prediction. Oh, wait, no. All right, so it occurs to me there are probably more than 3, but at least 3 types of predictions. There are the aspirational predictions, like my prediction for 2021, the people's reset, people coming, striking back, taking power, that kind of thing. Predicting it because that's what I want to happen, not necessarily what I think is going to happen. The type of prediction I did last year with the, I'm going to predict the Cyber 9/11 event is going to happen this year so that it won't happen. A very, very specific prediction of a very specific thing. This prediction I'm making this year is something different. It is not even a prediction so much as this thing that is already happening will continue to happen. So it's kind of one of those predictions. But on that note, I was thinking to myself about all of the various parts of this transhuman biodigital convergence, fourth industrial climate, biosecurity, social credit grid nightmare that we are goose-stepping into, and sort of which aspect of that am I going to boldly predict is going to continue into the year 2023. And I thought to myself, the global vaccine passport, yeah, that's probably coming, but the pandemic treaty is not set to be signed till 2024. CBDC, that's definitely coming, but I think that's more of a 2025 thing. No, it's the digital ID cometh. I think the digital ID is the nexus point for everything, all of the different aspects of this agenda, and they all tie in at this point. Once they can get our identity tied in with our digital presence in that fundamental way that is mandated by law, seems like game over at that point. What else do they really need to do? And again, I am not going out on a limb with this prediction because even just in the past few months, can you even count how many stories have been swirling around this very topic? MasterCard just outlined its digital ID push. Australia considers centralizing digital ID. Brazil continues rollout of digital versions of national ID card. EU planning digital ID wallet by 2024 regardless of challenges. New Zealand's quarantine program utilizes digital ID wallets. Scotland's government is rolling out a digital ID platform that will be connected to Social Security, NHS Health Services, and Experian Credit, whatever that is. Stores in Denmark call for digital ID age verification. And as I was putting this list together, literally within the last 24 hours, a new one to add to the list. Indian citizens that don't link account numbers to digital ID will soon face financial blacklisting, noting that India's income tax administration has warned citizens that they should link their permanent account numbers to their ARRR biometric identification numbers before April 1st, 2023, or risk their PAN becoming non-operational. In India, PAN is required to perform multiple financial activities like creating bank accounts, depositing money, trading stocks, and buying or selling real estate. Indians can link their PAN to ARRR on the tax department's website after paying 1,000 rupees. Yay. Again, this is not a bold prediction. This is just saying this trend is going to continue and is going to become steeper, as evidenced, for example, by that April 1st, 2023 deadline for linking the PAN to the ARRR system. That's just one example. In fact, looking at these examples I've cited, I just noted, hey, I didn't even talk about the Japanese example. The My Number card is now going to be more and more part of people's fundamental existence here in Japan. Again, regardless of whatever country, whatever state, whatever place you are in right now, I guarantee there is some sort of digital ID push near you. And again, for people who haven't quite connected these dots or don't quite understand the significance of it, I will send them back to my podcast episode from earlier this year on the digital ID grid. I was just rewatching that in preparation for this episode, and there is so much information in there, again, that pointing to this golden ring that they're trying to grasp onto. This is it. This is the ring of power, and this is how they're going to get you in into the transhuman fourth industrial nightmare is through the digital ID. Now, having said all of that, I guess not the good news, but at least the thing that we can do with that information, knowing that this is coming, is to essentially say no. Say no in every possible way, in every possible opportunity, and knowing that the moment where we start accepting these digital IDs is the moment that we are fully enslaved. And this isn't just a pipe dream. This isn't just a thing. I've talked about my own experience here in Japan, even in the past 2 months, of trying to get a new ATM card. And suddenly it's like, well, just download the app and you can order it through the app. No, I am not downloading an app in order to get a new card. Just order me a new card. And when you're a butthead about it, they'll go, oh, okay, and huff and puff, and then they'll fill out the paperwork and do whatever. At least that option still exists for now. But if enough people just go, oh, okay, I just download the app, okay. If enough people comply, then eventually they'll say, that's the only way. And there's only a few weird holdouts who try to insist on some other way. We're just going to get rid of the old-fashioned way of doing things. So we really need to start putting our foot down. It's not a futile effort completely. I will note, just as you alluded to there, the 10th Amendment Center just had this up just a week or two ago. Nullification works. Real ID compliance deadline extended yet again. Talking about this real ID for, what was it, 2005? That deadline has been extended and extended. Now it's what, 2025? It keeps getting extended because people keep saying no. And they better keep saying no. And you better believe this is a war of attrition, and they're just going to wait until you finally say,
we're frozen.
Okay, and then they win.
The audio is still going.
I think this is an incredibly important story, and I will once again...
So I'll hear them out, but just so you know what's happening. Oh, that's it. My Brave browser's crashed. I can't believe it didn't happen during Grand Theft World. But thanks to Firefox, we've still got some music to keep it going. Woo, look at that. So... sorry to cut you off, guys. If you don't know who James Corbett and James Evan Pilato are, my goodness. CorbettReport.com, MediaMonarchy.com. Are you guys still hearing me? Let's see if I'm still coming through. Okay. Sweet. Thank you, B1. Producer Cody has the night off tonight. Yeah. The browser crashed that I was playing that in. And so, like I said, I can't believe that didn't happen last night. It's been happening more frequently, which has been making uploading videos to various platforms a real pain in the butt. I tried clearing all the I cleared the cache. Cookies and data tracking. Oh yeah, you're talking about all them cookies out on the internet. Yeah, anyway, whatever. I was having big problems uploading video to band.video. Apparently I'm not the only one. But I thought clearing my cache in Brave would help, and it didn't really. It's amazing to me that I've been able to stream to you guys relatively smoothly from my own spot here. And it isn't 540, but it seems like it's been uninterrupted. haven't had some of the issues that I've had when trying to stream Grand Theft World in previous weeks before we tried doing it a different way. So I don't know if Starlink is just that unpredictable. There's snow coming down right now outside, so, you know, what I'm getting at is me looking at different atmospheric conditions when streams are smooth or very much interrupted. But to get this thing wrapped up, first I want to just jump in here. We were speaking about General Mike Hayden. We're talking about data a little earlier. You guys are talking about it. James and James were just talking about it. Metadata. So, thank you, Megavente. We've got a clip of Mike Hayden himself. Let's see what he had to say at the Johns Hopkins Foreign Affairs Symposium presents The Price of Privacy, Reevaluating the NSA from 8 years ago.
Ways that David described.
Yeah. First.
So why I'd like you to talk about these things David just said, person or persons, question. And then gives it an okay or not okay, and it is on a and this is all done under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court is the secret court that weighs,
Johns Hopkins,
as I said, in secret, the legal justification for putting together a search of metadata linked to a person or persons, and then gives it an okay or a not okay, and it is on a time limit. General Hayden, you can find out all these things David just said about me, about David, about anyone in this audience. That is a function of operational capability. I'd like you to talk about whether you're comfortable with that operational capability. If so, why? And how often is it used in the ways that David described?
Yeah. First of all, David's description of what you can do with metadata, and quoting a mutual friend, Stuart Baker, is absolutely correct. Okay? We kill people based on metadata. But that's not what we do with this metadata. Description of what you can do with metadata, and quoting a mutual friend, Stuart Baker, is absolutely correct. Okay? We kill people based on metadata. But that's not what we do with this metadata. Okay?
Thankfully. Wow, I was working up a sweat there for a second.
It's really important to understand the program in its entirety, not the potentiality of the program, but how the program is actually conducted. So NSA gets phone records, gets them from the telephone company. They've been getting them since October of 2001 under one authority.
You might say the facial expressions are telling. Maybe. Continue.
Or another. Puts them in a lockbox, to use a phrase that was popularized a few years ago, and under very strict limitations can access the lockbox. What it cannot do are all those things that David suggested that allows someone to create your social network, your social interactions, your patterns of behavior. One could make the argument that may or may not be useful. One can make the argument that may or may not be legal, but it's not done. NSA does not launch powerful algorithms against this domestic database in order to see inherent patterns not visible to the casual observer. It doesn't do that at all. Here's what it does do. When NSA has what it's called a dirty number, a seed number, is how NSA refers to it. And a seed number almost universally is a foreign number, and it's a number that NSA has a reasonable articulable suspicion is affiliated with Al-Qaeda. So you roll up a safe house in Yemen, you get somebody with pocket litter that indicates he's a member of the cell you thought was there, and he's got a cell phone. Now this is a new cell phone number. What you get to do against that ocean of data that NSA has admittedly collected, your phone bills and mine, what you get to do is kind of figuratively yell through the transom and say, hey, anybody in here talk to this number here in Yemen? And frankly, if a number out there near Fells Point says, well, yeah, I kind of do that about once a week, NSA gets to ask that number in Fells Point, so who the hell are you talking to? At which point, this program is over. That's all that's authorized to be done with the metadata. The last year for which NSA has full statistics, they got the yell through the transom 288 times with foreign seed numbers they had reason to believe were affiliated with Al-Qaeda. By the way, that permission to yell through the transom is confined to fewer than 24 people at Fort Meade, all specially trained and all whose keystrokes are monitored.
Top men. Shout out to Fells Point. There's some good places in Baltimore there. Bodymore, Murderland, right? Y'all watch The Wire? Well, I'm sure there's more of that worth listening to. But call me skeptical there, Mr. Hayden. General Hayden, 8 years ago. I mean, weren't we just listening to Burmis talk about DMs and communications between prominent, influential people taking place on Twitter? And I suppose there's many forms of metadata. So I'm a bit skeptical. I'm incredulous when it comes to what General Hayden's saying there. All right. Last video before we have a little musical flavor. Totally unrelated to all of this. To play us out. We've got a video from Greg Reese. The inevitable collapse of the US dollar. This should be uplifting.
The last economic reset occurred in 1944 with the creation of the Bretton Woods system. The US dollar replaced the pound sterling as the new world reserve currency and was convertible to gold at a fixed rate of $35 an ounce. Nations of the world entrusted the Federal Reserve Bank to hold their gold in return for market liquidity. This trust was good up until President de Gaulle of France pointed out that the United States was printing more money than they had in gold reserves to pay for the war in Vietnam, and in 1971 sent a warship to New York demanding their gold back. Days later, President Nixon took the world off the gold standard altogether, allowing the war machine to print endless amounts of US dollars. In 1974, the United States offers use of its war machine to Saudi Arabia in return for their oil to be sold exclusively with US dollars. This becomes known as the petrodollar and ushers in a new era of endless warfare. Andy Schechtman of Miles Franklin has been trading precious metals for over 30 years and lays out the evidence that the world is going back to a gold standard. In 2017, Germany's Bundesbank made headlines when they demanded the return of their physical gold by 2020. Within weeks, the Bank of Austria, the Bank of Hungary, the Bank of Turkey, the Czech National Bank, and the Bank of Poland all quietly began repatriating their gold as well and began buying more. These banks bought more in 2018 than they had bought in the last 60 years combined, and they doubled that the next year. In 2019, the Bank for International Settlements classifies gold as a Tier 1 reserve, rivaling the US dollar for the first time in 80 years. In 2020, the International Monetary Fund publicly announces a shift towards a new system to replace Bretton Woods. Also that year, a new major buyer suddenly appears, anonymously labeled as Other, and begins draining the COMEX and London Metals Exchange of precious metals to an extent never seen before. In August of 2021, Saudi Arabia signs a military cooperation agreement with Russia, directly challenging the U.S. petrodollar agreement. This is immediately followed by the U.S. military's abrupt departure from Afghanistan. In 2022, Russian banks were removed from the SWIFT system. This weaponization of the banking system inspired a massive sell-off of U.S. treasuries, as Russia and China announce a new commodity-backed world reserve currency. Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, and Iran begin selling oil to China for bonds that are immediately convertible to gold. BRICS membership is now nearing 90% of the world population, and all these countries are dramatically expanding their gold reserves. China's Belt and Road Initiative is moving towards connecting nearly 3/4 of the world population into its centralized system with the digital Chinese yuan. And the U.S. government is left holding a bill they can't pay and a war machine they can't afford. The U.S. Mint is making it difficult for citizens to buy gold and silver, as if they want everyone at their mercy when it all goes to zero. Their only solution seems to be total control. This is at least one of the reasons why Elon's Twitter files are spread out like a Netflix series, to keep Americans busy while their entire life savings are swiftly turned to zero. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
All right. See a little history rhyming. I certainly will be trying to get my hands on more silver in the near future. And you can support the efforts over here if you deem them worthy. Let me find this stream over here. Oh, I'm not logged into Odyssey. All right, everybody's got a wrench. I almost said wench. If you want your wrench taken away, speak now or forever hold your peace. Until next week. Here, how about this for some meta? Okay. Oh. Hang on, I'm trying to do something.
All right, listen, okay, listen.
Alright then. Check this out. Ooh. Yep. Doing it live or something. So I've got to update the website. Lost some stuff. The website went offline. Lost a couple of weeks. Welcome, Daily Llama. I love your stuff on Twitter. Shout out to the Daily Llama. He's got some great graphics on Twitter. Go check it out if you hang around those parts. It's the memeing of Zents at Llama Zents on Twitter. Yeah. Welcome. Anyway, as you can see in the show notes, I've got these value for value options, including now a P.O. box. You could send me a letter. Send me a letter if you choose. I could read it to you. Anyway, there's some other options. If you care to support, if you like what I'm doing, if you have any suggestions, please let me know. And please reach out to me on Twitter at subdialectsound. You could email me at freedomunitedrevolt@gmail.com. freedomunitedrevolt@gmail.com. And check out the links. If you've never been to Liberty Links, that's a cool alternative to what is it? Linktree. There's some links here. Website, grandtheftworld.com. Richard's autonomy course. And thanks for tuning in, folks. Friends. The wrench, I can't offer you powers in other YouTube channels. That'd be pretty funny. But everybody's got a wrench in the YouTube chat so that we can be sure you can be heard, because B1 was commenting earlier in the YouTube chat and his messages were disappearing. So I said, okay, let's give everybody a wrench and see what happens. So the most wrenched channel on YouTube right here. What's my channel called? Oy. Subspace dialect. Oh man. Yeah, give me any feedback if you like what's happening here. Trying to mix some music and the leftovers from the show and a little of my own flavor and other stuff.
Look at that big juicy booty.
I mean, we hit a lot of points on the soundboard. And the soundboard, you know, in case you're wondering, this is the soundboard. And it has a bunch of folders now, so it's not the fastest thing. It's not the fastest thing, and I gotta be on point with it. But sometimes
I'm kind of retarded.
You know, I feel you, Alex. I feel you. But all right, let's get out of here. Let's get a little jingle. Shout out to the No Agenda podcast.
WTC7 won't go away.
I hope it never does. Heck, it's not going to. Okay, that's enough. 5 hours and 38 minutes. That's a new record for this stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. And now, on a totally unrelated note, we're going to groove out some Vacuum Boogie from Floating Points. And bid you farewell. Merry Christmas. See you next Tuesday. We're going to do a show Monday instead of Sunday, so this will be Tuesday. If I can muster the courage. Once again, thanks for tuning in. Much love to Yona, Death Tyrants, Megavente, B1. No, I don't think this tune will get this banned. I can't believe this episode is... It's gone smoothly. All right, that's it. That's all. Good night, folks. Much love.
Hi. Good night, everybody.
Too early. Yeah, many mechanics keep the show running smoothly.
get fact up,